I'll make it up. I'll make it. I'll make it up. I'll make it up.
Good evening, everyone. It's Tuesday, August 11, 2026, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for the second session, playing through Case 2 of a trilogy of cases called The Collector. This specific case is called The Model. I expect we're going to finish it tonight. We played day one yesterday evening, and now we're up to the second day of our case. So we'll check in with the chat. We'll do a little recap of our case. I've got some reminders for you, and then we'll get into it. But let's see. We've got a quieter group tonight. That's just the way it goes. The longer the multi-session games go, the more people have to drop out. And of course, it's a Tuesday evening day, depending on what country you're in. Sarah has joined us, and Perry is here, as well as Anna, the author of this case. Lauren has come in, Jonathan Warner. You can watch, so you shouldn't be watching this stream if you haven't watched yesterday's stream yet. That's a bare minimum. And then ideally you would have joined me or watched the first case in the trilogy. But at a bare minimum, you need to have seen yesterday's stream, or this will make no sense. I will remind you that we are playtesting this case in the sense that Anna, the author of this case for New York Noir, is in the channel. This is a case written over a year ago. We've finally gotten around to playing it. But as with all of the New York Noir cases, half the point of of making York Noir is for us to explore and experiment with ways to tell these mystery stories and experimenting with mechanics, all that stuff. And so it's particularly important that we discuss what works, what doesn't, what could be done differently, what we should emulate and copy. So I do want to encourage you to do what I always encourage you to do with all the games we play, but especially with these games, is to have a little notepad nearby, make notes about anything that you want to mention when it comes to game design, when it comes to discussing the case, which we will do after we finish playing it. So I have already started writing some notes. I have a bunch of notes about things that I think worked really well and things that I think might be done differently, and ideas to talk about. And I hope you will be able to join me in that discussion at the end of tonight's stream. If not, post your comments on this YouTube video. Anything to talk about? Does Anna have anything to say before we do a little bit of a recap here? The one suggestion Anna had was go read the newspaper before we start today's session, so fully. And so we will do that today. We'll start by reading the newspaper after we do a little bit of a recap. Let's try to do a recap, though. This is half of this has been a very classic noir case. And somewhere around the middle of yesterday's session, we got our little sort of breakthrough, we think. So let's frame this case, though. The trilogy is about some mysterious collector, we think, who is robbing art galleries, something like that. In the first case that we played a year ago, it turned out that our robbery that we were investigating, that our partner got hit over the head trying to investigate, was really not quite related to this collector. It was a side story of why some paintings were stolen. I won't go into that story, but we didn't actually run into this mysterious collector thing. In today's case, in yesterday's case, case 2, it's a little bit of a similar situation where we've got a murder of a model who was shot twice in the chest, a nude model shot twice in the chest somewhere she shouldn't have been, in a school, in an art drawing room bed. And again, we're told, hey, this isn't really about this collector, but it is sort of on this same turf that you've been investigating. And we started the case wanting to investigate this collector thing, but we've been diverted to worrying about this murder. And we really have made very little progress on the secondary collector mystery, although a little bit at the end of yesterday's case. But now to recap our main case, the murder of this model. We showed up at this school, this art school, and we saw what looked like, by all appearances, to be a fairly straightforward case. We have this nude model woman who everyone agrees is being abused by the husband. She shows up with bruises, etc. We're told that she's having an affair on the husband, and the husband, everyone thinks, probably snapped at some point and killed her. And it looks like she was killed, like she was found in the middle of this adulterous affair and killed. We've got bloody footprints leaving the scene, and we've got a missing janitor who we think might have been the person who she was having the affair with, and may be on the run or something. We've got a shoe size we're looking for. We eventually track down the husband, who's clearly a severe alcoholic. Shoe size fits the bloody shoe print. We find a gun in his apartment. Revolver, 1917 Smith & Wesson revolver. And he's clearly an alcoholic. He gets blackout drunk. He abuses her regularly. Everyone says he finally killed her. He knew she was having an affair. But it feels too straightforward to us as we're running through this. It's the most likely scenario. The husband kills the wife, very common in real life, unfortunately. Feels too simple. When we finally track down the husband, he's in a bar drinking. He's off the wagon. And he's completely surprised to hear that his wife's been killed. But he does admit he blacks out sometimes. So we don't know that it's not him. However, we're getting this really distinctive tingle, this vibe that maybe it's not him. And what we learned later in the case as we moved on is that it's not just that she was having an adulterous affair on her abusive husband, but we learned from a neighbor that she, starting 2 months ago, started having an affair with a married man. And when we tracked down the janitor who panicked, it turns out to be Jackson Pollock, who grew up to be a famous abstract painter. We finally tracked him down at the end of the day yesterday. He gives us his recollection of what he stumbled upon. He's got a room down in the basement of the school. He hears shots, 2 shots. He goes upstairs and he sees 2 figures leaving the scene, sort of shuffling off, maybe one carrying the other. So now we know there are 2 suspects, not 1. That does not match the husband's MO. And the conclusion we come to is we had already suspected it earlier when we talked to the neighbor, but this seems to confirm our theory that it's not our model, whose name is Amy Morgan. It's not Amy Morgan's husband, Zachary, who has caught her and killed her. He's just an abusive drunk. It is what we think now is the wife of the man she was having an affair with, has discovered the 2 of them and killed her. That's what we think. And then the wife and the husband go shuffling off in the dark, maybe the wife dragging the husband, or the husband completely in shock and dragging the wife. So we think what we've got on our hands here is a very classic noir plot of the wife being the shooter. Or at least the wife discovering the husband and being jealous of Amy Morgan, and she ends up getting shot. Now, we did start to think at the end of last night that perhaps it was one of the other teachers that is missing from this school. We've got the names of 2 teachers. We're trying to find out who is the husband, who is the married man that Amy Morgan was having the affair with. The 2 teachers are Edwin Day and Arthur LeBlanc. Edwin Day turns out to be some big shot mentioned in the newspaper, but we had a hard time finding him. And then Arthur LeBlanc, we ran out of time before we could talk to him. But the other piece of this puzzle is that Jonathan Warner very early on got the idea that we should be going to flower shops to find out who keeps sending Amy Morgan these flowers that she's carrying around. And when we did go to the flower shop, we got a description and a name. We got a tall, handsome man with black hair, I believe black hair and glasses. And we got a name from the flower shop people. and the name, I believe, was something like Addington. So we've got a third person here. We have three now suspects that we're looking for: Edwin Day, Arthur LeBlanc, and this, I think it was Addington. We've taken some notes, so we'll be able to find it. And what we don't know is the flower shop girl being given a fake name, and is this one of the others, or is this a third person we don't know about? We also have a couple other things to track down, and in fact, I think Aldridge was the name. Tall glasses, brown hair. Okay, Aldridge. So if we want to make a little to-do list for today, to do, we want to find Edwin Day. We want to find Arthur LeBlanc, at least for no other reason than to eliminate these two teachers. We want to find the Mr. Aldridge, who's not our primary suspect. It's the wife of Mr. Aldridge that we think is the primary suspect. But I want to remind you of a couple other things. There was also the medical examiner. And maybe the gun follow-up. I think we actually covered the gun. But we now don't think that it's going to be Zachary Morgan's 1917 Smith & Wesson. So we might want to try to rule that out. And then there were a couple places we tried to go to last night, but couldn't here. I think maybe the theater. So maybe the paper leads, the theater. I think we did go to the restaurant, but I think Madison Theater we weren't allowed to go to. And then the other last thing to talk about is late night, day one. As we were wrapping up, we reached out to our contact, our sort of snitch, who followed up on this collector case. And we might want to reread that, because basically he said he's our link to this collector case. And the note he sent us early on, which we just skimmed through and did not give enough attention to, is this note, because look what he says. He says, turns out the job, and he's talking about the collector thing, is connected to some dead writer who was mentioned in the paper. Nothing to do with the Willoughby. So that's our second case. So that's our collector, and then a dead writer in the paper, which we're going to reread. We've noticed there are two dead writers mentioned in the paper. One is Mark Twain, and one is Edgar Allan Poe. And then don't forget that in case one, we got mention of a Mr. Finley, who we think works for the collector, who we have not bothered yet to investigate. So there's our to-do list for today. Is there anything else I've forgotten to put on that list? I believe that Jimmy tells us that the collector is after someone who lived in the village, and it's personal. We're going to reread that lead as we start out today. We also think that some of our clues turn out to be not relevant, like the size 10 shoe is probably the janitor, and so it has nothing to do with our suspect. Similar thing for the handwriting of the flower card, we find out that the flower shop is writing those notes. These were our bars. So most of these we don't need anymore. We might try to clean this up. We also learned a timeline that Amy was shot probably between 10 and 11, I think. So we may want to clean up all these note cards. I don't think most of them are relevant anymore. Okay, let's check in with the chat and see if I've missed anything here. We might want to reread the Jimmy Wade. Yes, for sure we do. Okay, let's do that first then. Let's reread our... And then maybe we'll start out reading today's paper, which is what Anna thought we should do. Maybe we should have done that on our own earlier. Let's see if we can find the last lead we read about Jimmy, our informant. I shouldn't call him a snitch. I should call him an informant. Okay, here it is. So he reminds us that we should be looking for Finley, the guy who works for the collector. Here he goes. He says, that fancy writer lived here in the village, and this job's personal to the collector. And we say, any word about someone getting the job, being hired by the collector. So what we heard in our previous case is that this round, bald, short, super short guy named Finley was in the bars, in the underworld bars, trying to hire a cat burglar on behalf of the collector. And so here we are following up a couple days later saying, hey, have you heard, did this guy Finley finally hire a burglar yet? And he says no. Now, a different group could have played this game and been much more focused on this collector angle, maybe looking up Finley. Maybe that's... But we were more taken by this murder. Makes sense that we'd want to follow up on that before the trail grew cold. I've got my Mexican Chiapas coffee here with a little bit of unwashed beans mixed in and some coconut beans mixed in. All right, let us get out our... Well, let's read day 2 intro, and then we'll see if we're told to do anything before we go about our business. Okay, so page 9. Here is our intro. 9 a.m. Wednesday, January 16, 1935. Today you have to finish up with the model lady's case and give a report to the chief by 2 p.m. Whoa, 2 p.m. The medical examiner and the crime lab should be ready with their reports by now. And you need to follow all the leads you can think of in the case of the collector as well. You must give some good news to the kid on that front. Remember, the rookie was the one who thought he could solve this collector case that got him put in the hospital. We're trying to make him feel better because his fiancée left town. Okay, so we're starting the day at 9 a.m. We're ending it at 2 p.m. You have to wrap up the case by 2 p.m. Don't be shy to use the hints if you're having trouble. You can look up the chief medical examiner and the crime scene analysis lab in the research guide. If you don't have any idea where to look for leads, use the hints collector 1 through 4. 4 hints there if we need them. Okay, lovely. I like this little reminder about places that we've run into that we'll want to go back to. Not sure we need that. I'm not sure that wouldn't be better placed in a hint, but we will talk about that when we give our thoughts for the case, because there's been some great scenes in this case and some great stuff and some amazing history with some audio we heard that was wonderful. But lots of stuff to talk about from a mechanic standpoint, pacing stuff, like lessons for us to learn here. So I can't wait to talk about some of that. All right, so let's get out our sheet for day 2. So there was our daily log sheet for day 1, and now we're going to start a new log sheet for day 2, which is going to be a Wednesday, January 16, 1935, and we're starting out at 9 a.m., and our day is supposed to end at 2 p.m., but if we don't make it through by 2 p.m., we'll still be able to keep going. We will just take some demerits for that, which I don't want. All right, we're going to set our clock here to 9 a.m. We need to wrap up our murder case. That means finding the husband and wife that we believe did it. And we've got a couple leads here about the medical examiner and the crime lab. The crime lab is surely going to tell us that Zachary's gun was not used. Ballistics and firearm lab. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And then we've got our collector. So I think probably if we're all on the same metaphorical page here, we probably want to wrap up our case of this murder first. I think the ballistics is just going to confirm what we know, but we're police officers. You can't file a final report and be like, well, I just assumed that the ballistics didn't match. I mean, you've got to go do the ballistics. But Anna suggested we start with the paper, so I think that's what we'll do first. We will go through the paper. Okay, so the paper. Let's see. Let's skim the articles we've already read and then be careful about the articles we didn't. I reprinted Anna's latest version, which properly has that this paper is from last week. All right, so we started with an article about the Willoughby. Let's just skim all this and make sure that there's nothing we've missed. So paintings that are on the exhibition of new acquisitions opens to the public yesterday. We went there, we visited our Smirnoff. We found the lead that let us track down Jackson Pollock and his brother. So we've done this. I don't believe there's anything left for us here. Now, some personal ads here. We did not visit the rat specialist. We did not visit the piano instructions. We did visit the flower shop because Jonathan figured out that that was going to be key for us. I'm going to talk about, this is the issue of newspapers in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and these kinds of cases is a rich issue to discuss from game mechanics standpoint, and I have some thoughts on that. But regardless, we did this. In general, I don't like to go to places that are clearly that don't have any sort of inkling relation to our case, but unless we have nothing else to do. But no one got poisoned. We don't know about rats. We don't know about a rose. So these feel like they're irrelevant for us, but maybe if we have nothing else to do, we'll go through those. Same thing here with French tea room. Miss Azima, we don't seem to have any reason to visit her. We did go to the Colonial Ale Brewing Company because that's where Zachary Morgan worked. He took off early to go drink himself into a stupor. No reason for us to go and learn how to dance. Maybe if we got some extra time, we might track down some of these. And then there was this Hungarian bohemian poetry reading that we went to and heard the audio of, which was lovely. Maybe the highlight of our stream last night. All right, and then there's this whole thing about actresses getting divorced. Audrey Seals, wife of well-known actor. Long article here about this divorce and adultery. So thematically related to our case, but doesn't seem to be... now I wonder. So I was going to say that this has no relation to our case other than thematically, right? I mean, it's not, our case does not involve Audrey Seals or the well-known actor Sylvester Tracy. But it now occurs to me that there are two possibilities that could make it related to our case. In fact, perhaps three. See if you can think what I'm thinking as I read this. A petition for divorce by actress Miss Audrey Seals against her husband, Mr. Sylvester Tracy, both members of the Shakespeare Fellowship, was in the defended list of cases down for hearing, which opened early in January. The action will be a sequel to the case heard in the divorce court on November 21, when Miss Eloise Kellett was granted a decree nisi on the ground of adultery of her husband, Vernon Taylor. She admitted adultery with Mr. Tracy, and the discretion of the court was exercised in her favor. Miss Seals married Mr. Tracy in 1926. Mr. Tracy's real name is John Robert Monroe, and the case in the list reads A.S. Monroe versus J.R. Monroe, solicitor for petitioner, Mr. G.A. Chrisman, for respondent and intervener, Mr. W.H. Clark from Clark and Lodge. All right, now tell me why this article that at first glance appeared to have no relation to our case could be relevant for our case. Jonathan says they are members of Edwin's theater company. I mean, that's absolutely true that we did not spot earlier. So the Shakespeare Fellowship is a performance that Edwin Day, one of the teachers we're very curious about, is part of. So he's one of our suspects. So it is feel like a pretty strong coincidence of this. On the other hand, Edwin Day was high up on my suspect list until we heard about Aldridge, and also Aldridge doesn't match the description of a man in glasses, although maybe he wears glasses off while he's not performing. But something else actually occurred to me now that I look at this. Any thoughts about what else occurred to me? What if I told you that it's just a coincidence that they work for the Shakespeare Fellowship? I mean, I don't know this to be the fact, but even if I told you it's just a coincidence, and I might even tell you that, like, we hear that Vernon Taylor, we hear about adultery, but what if I tell you that this woman getting a divorce and her husband are not related to our case at all? Something else still jumps out as a possibility. Any thoughts what I'm thinking? When we talked to the Amy Morgan's neighbor, she told us that Amy Morgan is having an affair with a married man, and that they're both going to get divorced and run off. So yes, exactly right. Not Amy. Amy is not going to be speaking to a high-powered divorce lawyer. But Amy's neighbor seems to think that the married man that Amy was having an affair with agreed to get divorced from his wife and run off with Amy. So it seems feasible, especially if they both work for the Shakespeare Fellowship. Maybe he heard of a good divorce lawyer, but it seems certainly feasible that the married husband of Mr. Aldridge or whoever it is could have gone, if he's married to if he is a big shot, maybe he went to get a divorce lawyer. So let's put on our to-do list the idea of checking the divorce lawyers. That's very interesting. By the way, this is a good time to mention, when I watched The Odyssey, I hated it. And I was talking about Christopher Nolan, the director of The Odyssey, being feted as this amazing director. But I think these big directors of these giant action movies are like, the accomplishment is that they managed to film this big giant thing. But is there any art and is there, it's like a totally different skill than a classical director directing amazing scenes and performances. It's more like a technical director. How do you film this special effects scene? And the movie that jumped out at me, whenever I think now about directing skill, a couple movies jump out at me, not the one beyond the ones you might think. And they both jump out because I've watched commentary of them talking about the directing of the movie. The early one that I remember, which is not the one I'm thinking of here, is Election. If you go watch, we used to have DVD commentaries all the time on movies. If you go watch the commentary of a movie called Election, which has Matthew Broderick and not Julia Stiles, but the woman who was in I forget her name. Anyway, amazing movie. And the director is talking about, like, when this guy's in the scene, I try to put background stuff that are circles. When this woman's in the scene, it's squares. It's like a very cool thing. Okay, but sorry, this is just a long-winded way for me to recommend an amazing movie called Divorce Story, with Adam Driver and Scarlett Johansson, directed by Noah Baumbach, and that you can watch on YouTube. See if you can watch on YouTube the video of him discussing the courtroom scene. Reese Witherspoon is the person I was thinking of. Okay, but Divorce Story. If you haven't seen Divorce Story, maybe you don't like Scarlett Johansson. I mean, this is a movie, it's amazing performances in this movie, very low-key about the divorce of a couple. And you can watch Noah Baumbach discuss the directing of this scene, this courtroom scene. And Adam Driver's amazing in this movie, and so is Scarlett Johansson. But my favorite performances in this movie are the two divorce lawyers. And the divorce lawyer for Scarlett Johansson is Laura Dern, who does an amazing job in the movie. And the divorce lawyer for Adam Driver is Ray Liotta, who is really amazing. And it's so wonderful to watch the scene, watch them talk. The two divorce lawyers have completely different personalities, but it's so good. It's so well done, and it's so wonderful to watch these two lawyers go at it. It's like one of my favorite areas. I don't know if it's that specific scene, but dealing with those two lawyers in this movie, and it's a great, if you want to have a gender debate about different takes on a movie, that's a great movie to watch with a significant other, and then talk about who's right, who's wrong, if the movie has a slant, in a similar way that Oleana, the David Mamet movie, creates that sort of dilemma. Okay, so I've thrown out a dozen movies to you in this little interlude. Back to our case. I won't keep doing that. That was my one little thing. Okay, so now we're going to read properly this Mark Twain article that we just skimmed before. The name of a one-time village resident, remember we're looking for a village resident, and writer that lived in the village. The name of a one-time village resident, Mark Twain, was lauded last Tuesday when a national tribute to him beamed forth in the rays of the lighthouse erected to his memory on a hill in Hannibal, Missouri, or Montana, which had been one of his favorite boyhood playgrounds. In addition to a broadcast from Hannibal and Detroit, a Mark Twain program was sent from New York, where the nation's observance of the centennial began, and from Washington, where a word picture of President Roosevelt was pressing the lighthouse key was broadcast. One of the main points of interest in the program was a statue of Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, believed to be the first ever erected to characters out of books. It stands at the foot of Cardiff Hill, receiving the light from the Twain Memorial Tower. So Mark Twain is an old writer that had previously lived in the village, but are there paintings? Are there art things that the collector would want stolen? Maybe the collector's stealing not paintings, though, and writings, but we have no mention of a famous piece of art. But you could imagine a first edition somewhere might get the eye of this collector. Okay, but this one is jumping out to me, perhaps is a little more likely. Let's look at this. Poe's birthday. The Edgar Allan Poe Society, which will next Saturday celebrate the 126th anniversary of the birth of the great American author, was the first organization in the country to recognize the literary significance of Poe, according to a statement made yesterday by Mildred Sybil Boyle, president. Mrs. Boyle and 4 other prominent club women formed the organization back in 1920 when Poe was the forgotten man in American literature. Their announced purpose was to study the author with a view toward creating a better understanding of his work. I believe that we have gone a long way in accomplishing this purpose, Mrs. Boyle pointed out. For now, hardly a month passes that some paper in the United States does not have something about our favorite author. But when the Poe Society was formed almost 15 years ago, Poe was one of the least known men in American letters. The Poe Society celebrates the author's birth each year with a dinner at Hotel Lafayette. The annual dinner will be held there at 7 o'clock next Saturday, January 19th, with a large gathering of groups and guests and speakers. Now, this is very tempting. Because is our collector after some first edition Edgar Allan Poe book? These are certainly people we could talk to. And this future date feels like, is this going to be the conclusion of our trilogy at the Hotel Lafayette on January 19? I wonder. Certainly, it feels like maybe we should go talk to Mrs. Boyle. And if this organization has been running for 20 years, I wonder if we're not looking for, remember we were told by our informant that this is personal to this collector, like maybe our collector was an original founder of this club. Interesting. Okay, and now let's read this article here. Who's Who? Lawson Irwin Hopkins. So this is a column by this guy. With 4 or 5 books in the publishing stage, another still on the typewriter, and a series of radio programs in the offing, Lawson Irwin Hopkins is a very busy man. But he took some time out last week at his home to sketch his career briefly for The Villager. During the interview, he was, of course, wearing his famous monocle. His greatest hobby, he admits, is cursing the diversified noises and distractions of New York. Mr. Hopkins, a cousin to the famous Mark Twain, interesting, another tie-in with Mark Twain, came from a notable Missouri family. His grandfather owned all of Scotland County and large Missouri plantations and operated a chain of general stores. Born in Memphis, Missouri, in 1876, Mr. Hopkins was educated in the local elementary schools and attended both Missouri University and Harvard, neither of which he enjoyed. So he packed his grip and started on a solo trip around the world, which rounded out the final 2 years of his schooling. A cousin of Mark Twain. Is this our collector? Hopkins wanted to be a writer, which meant the newspaper business, looked upon as a lowly occupation at that time. The family objected. Father and son compromised. Young Lawson took a job with a packing company. At the packing house, Mr. Hopkins met a young fellow who was making very attractive money, writing verse for several of the current magazines and newspapers. This revived his own desire for writing, and he started to contribute his poetry. Following a period of freelancing, he has edited the Author's Digest, a biannual publication of 24 summarized novels. He has written several volumes of poetry and has been president of the Poetry Society of America. Okay, so that might be something we want to track down. If he's a cousin of Mark Twain, you might imagine he's trying to collect that. Lots of interesting leads in the paper about our collector. Okay, here's our column. Praise, not peeves. Our good friend Malin Hamilton suggests that to offset the pet peeves, there should be an optimistic note in the Villager in keeping with the policy of the paper. Perhaps you feel the same way about it, and if so, mail in your suggestion as to who in reality represents the nicest people. The nicest people are those over 50 who honestly believe the world has not gone to the damnation bow-bows. Those who street as well as housebreak their doggies. Those who say thank you to salespersons instead of barking at them. Those radio announcers who speak so humanly that one does not think of the word robot. Those, and there are many of them, who tell us that the Villager is so wholesome and homey. Okay. And then we have the Shakespeare Fellowship article, which directs us to Edwin Day. But look what it is. It's calling back to Lawson Aaron Hopkins, who we read about in Who's Who. Since Lawson Erwin Hopkins traces his psychic pedigree, if not his physical ancestry, back to Shakespeare, I was not at all surprised to catch the flash of his monocle from a corner of the upper floor of Mario's restaurant on West 13th Street last Sunday night, where the Shakespeare Fellowship was holding its latest dinner. Hopkins, as usual, had surrounded himself with the best-looking young women present. The ladies, whom I understand were mostly young actresses with ambitions to play Shakespearean roles, seemed to be having as good a time as Edwin Day himself, who was also one of the merry table company. Day has probably coached more rising stars of the theater than any living man, beginning with his 12 years as director of the Yale Dramatic Society. The Shakespeare Fellowship is his most recent inspiration. Born last September, partly out of his devotion to the dramatic works of the Bard of Avon, and partly out of a demand voiced by all of the actors and managers who are still interested, after 300 years in Shakespeare, for more young talent to fill out their companies and develop into their successors in the leading roles. The fellowship certainly got off to a good start. Miss Goldie Janet Asbury, who managed the job of organizing this dinner, tells me that they had to stop taking reservations several days before the event, as the capacity of the dining room had been booked by New Year's Day. And his group day reports are drilling several nights a week, preparatory to presenting the next of the fellowship productions, A Midsummer Night's Dream. And here we have a photograph of Edwin Day. noting that he's not wearing glasses. And then we've got an article that we think is a callback to our first case where Brooke, the rookie, proposed to the fiancée cat burglar Marie. French restaurant from Memoirs of a Bon Vivant. If you want to enjoy the lovely old New York, famed in song and story against a background of old mahogany, red, rich draperies, lighted candles, flowers of the rosemary age, and romantic melodies, the Charles at West 11th Street has a charm equaled by few places in America or on the continent. In one way, it takes you back to the days of fireplaces, popcorn, and baked apples. In another, it pictures stately mansions, sumptuous feasts, and gracious hospitality. In all New York, there is not another place which brings to me the sole comfort of the old, beautifully blended with the new. During my entire stay in Gotham, dinner at the Charles was an occasion which satisfied my body and rested my soul. That's the Charles French Restaurant at 78 West 11th Street, a real and famous real restaurant. All right, so if we wanted to summarize our newspaper leads that we might want to follow up on, starting at the front page, we have got our divorce attorneys, and then the article about Mark Twain doesn't really give us anything to follow up on. They're talking about places outside of New York. But we've got the Edgar Allan Poe Society. Whether we can visit, whether that society has a headquarters we can visit, we don't know. But we do have the name of a person, Mrs. Boyle. Sybil Boyle. Surely we could talk to her. 4 other prominent club women. And then Hotel Lafayette. That's still at January 19th, but still. Probably not Hotel Lafayette. And then we have Lawson Irwin Hopkins, who kind of feels like he's a candidate to be the collector. I suppose we could visit the village newspaper itself. See if we can talk to a writer about any of this. Mr. Hopkins was a cousin to Mark Twain. The Author's Digest is where he published stuff, and Poetry Society of America. So we might say that this guy might also be found if the Author's Digest is published in New York City or the Poetry Society. Okay, and then Marilyn Hamilton is writing about pet peeves. We don't need that. But then we have this guy. So here we have the Shakespeare Fellowship, if that's in the directory. Mario's Restaurant, which we tried to go to last night, but we were too late, I think. No, we were allowed to go there. And what else did we learn about here? Mario's Restaurant, Shakespeare Fellowship, Yale Dramatic Society. That's in the past, surely. And then we have mention of Miss Goldie Janet Asbury. I think we tried to talk to her. She's the one putting together the dinner at Mario's. Okay, so I think this represents our potential newspaper leads. At some point, I think someone said they thought Amy's affair started in November, and the article seemed to say Audrey finalized her divorce. We absolutely did. The neighbor said she met someone 2 months ago. So you're thinking that this person could be directly related to our case? Sequel to the case heard in November when Miss Eloise Kellett. So Miss Audrey Seals is newly put in there. Sequel to the case heard. So are we saying that? But clearly the guy isn't divorced already. So that wouldn't make sense that it would be about Eloise Kellett, because that divorce already happened. Whereas we think she's currently, as of January, seeing a married man. So it's surely not going to be Eloise Kellett or her husband. But could it be about Miss Audrey Seals? So they've just filed. Miss Seals married a Mr. Tracy, whose real name is John Robert Monroe. Seems like this the timing here is wrong, right? This is an article from January 10. Our model is killed on January 15th. So surely the wife who's in divorce proceedings, who has a lawyer, is not going to go kill out of jealousy her husband's adulteress. It doesn't mean it might not be interesting to talk to them, but let's see. Guess I mixed up two divorce cases. Basically, I'd say if the person got divorced to marry someone else in November, then the person they married immediately started cheating, I could see them being angry enough to shoot. Yeah, but surely you're not getting a divorce in November and remarrying and having an affair on the same day. It doesn't seem likely to me. But again, the way we tend to do all these things is we rank them in terms of how likely they are to be useful to us, and we'll revisit them. So maybe those divorcees are on the very bottom of my list, but not their attorneys. I am curious if their attorneys have any contact with someone. Okay, so we're going to take our first break here. As we do, look at the back of the games behind me, see if you spot anything new, and I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we are back. I was asking in the channel whether the group wanted to start pursuing Amy Morgan murder leads or collector leads. Jonathan Warner says Morgan leads. Last night we were told we could come back to the Madison Square Theater during the day. We might go there to find Edwin or some divorced people. Perry says, I agree. Go to the theater, talk to the theater people. At least we should find out if any of them knew Amy and if she had theater connections. And then Jonathan says, a decree nisi is a provisional ruling, so Eloise Kellett and Vernon Taylor are not divorced yet. So Taylor still has some time to appeal. I don't know. Guess overlapping November dates seem odd to me now. It does seem like a long shot. Who is the actor that surrounded himself with young women, maybe collected women? Was he married? That's our Edwin Day. That's our teacher that we are definitely still highly suspicious of. I did want to mention something that just occurred to me, it's actually the best moments are the moments in these games we've been playing for 5 hours. We played 4 hours last night, or 5 hours, and here. And it's actually shocking that this didn't occur to me sooner. But I was thinking about the flower shop and how we were sort of surprised that, a little bit surprised that the person sending flowers to Amy Morgan was sending them from the Greenwich Village flower shop. And if we look here, I'll remind you why. So Amy Morgan lived here somewhere, and flower shop was nearby, and that's where we got the very important lead about Mr. Aldridge and what he looked like. We know for sure he was the one sending her the flowers because she confirms the note and all that. And look, here is Greenwich Village down in the southern part of Manhattan. And we know the place where Amy Morgan was killed is at the Willoughby School right off the park up here somewhere in the Bloomingdale neighborhood, which is way uptown here. And you can see there's the map of the neighborhood. So here's Bloomingdale, where the school is, where Amy Morgan was found shot. And here's where most of the people in our case live, because this is the sort of artist neighborhood, bohemian artist neighborhood. Amy Morgan lived in Greenwich Village, etc. Now, I want to see how long it takes you to think of what I thought of. We know the timeline of her murder. We know that she was seeing this married man regularly in the school in Bloomingdale, in Willoughby. She borrowed the keys from Jackson Pollock, the janitor, and she was using it regularly as the rendezvous for these adulterous affairs, and that's where she was killed. And she was killed quite late at night, sometime around between 10 and 11 p.m. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. Here's where she lives. Here's where she was nude modeling, and she's killed late at night, 11 p.m. What should we be checking? What did we forget to look into? Yes, absolutely right. I mean, 2 people are panicked leaving this place after a murder at 11 p.m. and 3 people have to have converged at this school. Amy Morgan, who's a regular, who's a model, she doesn't own a car. The man she was meeting, he might have a private car. I mean, she could take the subway too. It's quite a far away. And then who is the third person? We think the wife who has shown up, and then after the murder, two people leave in a frightened state, in a panic. So it feels like we should be looking for cabs that might have dropped someone off late at night, 11 p.m., or a subway station that they could have gone into, but a cab would be highly likely for a married man to take. So let's go put on our to-do list cabs in Bloomingdale specifically, but also GV if someone took her. I mean, we don't care so much about her. We know she's got to get there, but what we're trying to find is the man and his wife. So what we're hoping is that a cab dropped some man off there, maybe 9 p.m., and then took someone back 10 or 11 p.m. But the group wanted to finish up the leads from last night that we tried to do. These are the theater lead. I feel like there were two leads that we tried to go to. Surely one of them was the Madison Square Theater. So let's start with that. Madison Square Theater 2. Where's Madison Square Theater 1? We don't know. Doesn't exist. 52749. That was this one here that we tried to go to. So we're going to start out today by going there. 2749. Okay. Five, 2749 on page 35. Madison Square Theater. If you read the article Shakespeare Fellowship, go to 400 40090. 40090 on page 28. Okay, 30 minutes, which makes it 9:30. There's a lot of activity in the theater when you arrive. Actors rehearsing their script, set designers painting big trees and bushes of various sizes, costume designers sewing and pinning up materials which look like fairy wings. There's someone trying on a donkey head in the corner. There are a few musicians rehearsing on the stage, and workers are tinkering with the lighting. There's one person who's sitting in one of the rows and smoking calmly amidst this activity. He must be the director, Edwin Day. We found Edwin Day. He's a blond man wearing a colorful shirt and a scarf around his neck. He reminds you of a flamingo for some reason. When you approach his row, he looks at his watch and yells, "Come on, folks, hurry up. The Saturday premiere is already on us. We're starting in 10. Everyone starts rushing about in a sudden panicked frenzy. You sit down beside him. "Hello, Mr. Day. I'm Detective Lucas. Can I bother you for a moment?" "A detective? I'm intrigued. So I'll be generous and say, you get 10 minutes. He looks at you with interest in his eyes. If you want to ask him about the Shakespeare Fellowship, first, go here. If you want to ask him about Amy Morgan only, go here. Sounds like we have to make a choice here. We could ask about this and this, it seems, but are we going to run out of time? I'm a little nervous about that. This probably should say go to this and come back. That's just a little note for Anna that there's a flag you can set in Casebook that says to tell people to come back. We do want to know about the fellowship, so we are going to do that. So let me just write down here 4090, which is at page 28, and then we're going to divert to 32519 and then 17655. Okay, let's ask him about the fellowship first. 32519. Okay, so first we ask about this. I read in The Villager you're the founder of the Shakespeare Fellowship. I'm investigating a possible theft. It involves a famous writer from the newspaper's last issue. I was wondering, could that famous writer be Shakespeare? Is there a well-known manuscript or a valuable object here in the village that belonged to him? Dave looks surprised. Yes, I'm the founder of the Fellowship, and this play we're rehearsing right now is one of its latest productions, but it has nothing to do with the author himself. At least not the way you mentioned, Detective. There are no manuscripts surviving the Bard, and no personal items either. A lot of people even argue someone other than William Shakespeare was of Stratford-upon-Avon wrote the plays. I see, you nod hesitantly. Now, if you want to ask about Amy Morgan now, 17655. Okay, we didn't even get penalized by time for that. 17655. Okay, we've asked him about Amy Morgan. You try to glance at the director's feet. Average, could be size 10. There was an accident at the New York School of Music and Art last night. I'm interviewing the staff. Your principal is worried, by the way, because he didn't show up at the school this morning. You'll look at him expectantly. Worried? Why? I told him a week ago I'm rehearsing all day today, so I wouldn't be going to the school. Looks like old Sil forgot. Maybe because of the accident you mentioned. What was that about? One of the models, Amy Morgan, was found dead in one of the classrooms this morning. Dead? No wonder Sil forgot about my rehearsal day, but how did she die? You've said it was an accident. She was shot. Dave lets out a whistle. Well, what a turn of events. You look at the director suspiciously. You don't seem too shocked about this, Mr. Day. Not really. I knew those secret meetings in the art studio could lead to tragedy. I told Amy as much a couple of weeks ago. You're dumbfounded. Looks like Day reached the desired effect with his statement because he continues smugly. You know, Detective, I'm a very observant fellow. Plus, I do like to make it my business to know almost everything about almost everyone I know. Someone would say I poke my nose into everything, but I look at it as being interested in the world around me. That's how I noticed the change in Amy a few months ago. She was always very beautiful, of course, but very sad. Sometimes even distraught, which wasn't surprising since that drunkard husband of hers beat her from time to time. Everyone knew about it. One day, this beaten-down moth became a butterfly. I suspected it must have something to do with a love affair, so I confronted her at the right moment and secured her confession about it, although she didn't want to tell me who the lucky fellow was. Then, a few weeks later, I overheard some students talking about the fact they found the bed in the studio a bit rumpled in the morning. They were speculating on who might be conducting an illicit affair in that room at night. Their money was on Smirnoff, but I noticed Amy talking in a very hush-hush manner with our young janitor, Jackson, not long before that. Well, well, I thought, so our little butterfly likes them very young. The boy had been smitten with Amy since the day he saw her, and that was obvious. But it surprised me Amy fancied him back as well. Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind. He starts to recite the director with closed eyes. Oh, God, you hate poetry. And therefore is winged Cupid painted blind, as the bard said in this very play we are rehearsing right now. But I haven't said anything until a couple of weeks ago when I witnessed another whispering session between our lovers. But this time Jackson seemed more nervous and demanding. I managed to overhear a few of his words. He said something like, "Please, Mrs. Morgan, give them back already. I'm going to lose my job." I thought the boy might have given the model some gifts that really were school property. That's when I warned Amy it would be wise to end her little tryst before it could cause harm to the parties involved. She was seemingly very torn about it, but she said she would end these secret meetings soon. That's all I could tell you about Amy and this whole affair. Forgive my pun, detective. And now I have to start the rehearsal. Last question. Where did you spend last night? He looks at you mischievously. Well, detective, that would be telling. And I exclusively gossip about other people, never about myself. And with that, he starts clapping, and all the actors and other staff run to their places. You're thinking about grilling him a bit more, but when the musicians start playing, you just take your hat and leave. Okay, that was a very cool scene. Circle marker D1. Okay, a very cool scene. He thinks Amy's having an affair with Jackson, which is completely consistent. We know it's not what's happened, but it makes complete sense. And this sure seems to clear Edwin Day, huh? Yeah, we know that that conversation is him wanting the keys back. We know Amy's not having an affair with him. But one little extra possible clue here is that he tells Amy break off the affair. She's certainly in love, but she says she would end the meeting. So it does raise the possibility in terms of motive and what happened is, could it be that Amy was trying to break off this affair? And that's why she got killed. But we don't think so. We think from everything we've learned that Amy was planning on running away. And she was half naked in this bed. So I don't think she was calling off anything. She was trying to run away with the husband. So, but Edwin Day is now in the clear. And now it's 9:30. Jonathan says, do we want to go to LeBlanc next? I thought you said you wanted to... I guess we are following up on Amy. 65796. Let me just see what this lead is that I have in my list. Flower shop, we did go there. Okay, shall we try to go to LeBlanc? Let's go to LeBlanc. Do we have his number written down somewhere? We did look it up, but I don't know that I've got it handy. I should probably... Oh, yes, we do. Okay. So LeBlanc is 71822. Seven, 1, 8, 2, 2. All right, this is the other teacher who didn't show up at work. And Edwin Day seemed completely believable, so I think he's off our radar. You have to knock a few times until someone finally opens the door. Arthur LeBlanc is a tall man, wears glasses, and has brown hair. That matches Mr. Aldridge's description. Oh, I think we found our guy. Tall man, wears glasses, has brown hair. That matches our description of Aldridge. Arthur LeBlanc. Arthur Aldridge? There are bandages on his neck and scratches on his face. His eyes are red and puffy. Yes, he asks warily. Mr. LeBlanc, I'm Detective Lucas. There's been an accident at the school. He looks at you in shock. I like how our detective always likes to surprise these people with what happened. He's like, there's an accident. And then he wants to see their face when he tells them it was a shooting. This guy has now become our prime suspect based on his description. Accident? What kind of accident? May I come in, Mr. LeBlanc? Yes, detective, of course, come in. He takes you into a spacious living room. Take a seat. Can I offer you anything to drink? No, thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. I'd like to ask you some questions. LeBlanc opens a bar cabinet. Ask away, detective, but I'll have a drink if you don't mind. I don't feel very well today. I might have caught something. He pours himself a big drink. And you injured yourself? Oh, these. He gestures to the bandages. It was just Luna, our cat. She's a bit capricious lately. So there's a wild creature somewhere in this apartment. You better be cautious. A new cat? You ask warily. No, not really. She's almost 9 months old now. It's Crystal's cat, actually, my wife's. He takes another sip. Oh, your wife's. I see. Is your wife at home? No, she's working. Working? Where? You look at him expectantly. She's a singer at Herman Vance's. Now, you wanted to ask me about an accident, detective? Yes, of course, but maybe it wasn't an accident at all. Mrs. Amy Morgan, one of the models, was found dead in the painting studio this morning. The guy chokes on his drink and starts coughing. Dead? He croaks out. Someone shot her. Someone shot her. He looks at you bewildered. I guess you knew her, Mr. LeBlanc. Yes, I mean, I've seen her a few times and talked to her once or twice, but just in passing. He reddens. Mrs. Morgan was a beautiful lady, you say understandingly. Yes, she is. Was. Oh, God. We need to use the past tense now. I can't believe it. LeBlanc pours himself another drink. He's going to be hammered soon if he continues like this. The principal was surprised you didn't show up this morning at the school. Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I've called him already and told him I wasn't feeling well. I should have called him earlier, but I overslept, I'm afraid. You look at those deep red circles under his eyes. Overslept, really. You look at his feet. He has big feet, maybe size 12. What do you teach, Mr. LeBlanc? Oh, I'm an illustrator, worked for newspapers and book publishers in the past. Now I'm teaching drawing classes at the school. You spot a big slanted drawing table in the corner with a bookshelf next to it. There's a photograph of Mr. LeBlanc on one of the shelves. Looks like he's quite a handsome man without the red eyes and the bandages. Circle document 10. You said you were home last night. Yes, I felt a bit under the weather in the evening already, so I went to bed early, although I couldn't sleep very well most of the night. Was your wife at home? Yes, Crystal arrived home around 11 p.m. as usual. As I said, I wasn't sleeping well, so I heard her come in. At that moment, a little black cat appears in the door meowing. Luna, I think she's hungry, detective. Do you have any other questions? I think I have to feed the little monster now. You look at him for a few seconds, but finally only say, no, that's it. Thank you for your help, Mr. LeBlanc. Hope you feel better soon. Yes, thank you, detective. The abominable creature is meowing louder and louder while LeBlanc walks you to the door. What a demanding little bastard. No wonder you don't like cats. Circle marker Ellen. How much you want to put money on the fact that Anna is not a big animal fan? Cats and dogs don't seem to be Anna's thing. Okay, we got a document here. And this is a very key read for us. We should maybe make a note here. Okay, so we've circled L1, but I haven't gotten this document 10. All right, well, we were looking for a Mr. Aldridge, handsome, brown hair, tall glasses, and Arthur LeBlanc fits the description. Might be nice to bring, oh, we don't have this photograph, we're just looking at it. Okay. However, we've got a little bit of a dilemma on our hands, don't we? Everything about that scene suggested that we've got our wife, Crystal. That is likely to be our killer. And we're told where she works, right? Size 12 shoes he's got, but I'm not really worried too much about that. Where is our information about the wife? She's working. She works at Herman Vance. She's a singer. Okay, now he tells us some details. He was home. His wife came home at 11 p.m. That is perfect timing for her being the murderer. The scratches from the cat sounds like bullshit, but maybe from his wife. But there's one problem. And Jonathan agrees with me. What is the problem? I mean, he's clearly lying about knowing Amy Morgan. This is clearly the guy having the affair with Amy Morgan, sending her flowers. The wife is going to be our shooter. Possibly, but all her timing seems right. But what is the problem? What is the problem? And Jonathan is saying the same thing I'm saying. He seems completely bewildered and in an odd way, honestly surprised. And why would he say his wife came home at 11 if they came home together? So we've got a bit of a problem here because our theory is that the wife has stumbled upon her husband having an affair with Amy Morgan and has killed Amy Morgan in a jealous rage. And then the husband and wife have come home. But it sounds to us here that the guy having the affair with Amy Morgan was at home, not having an affair with Amy Morgan in her studio. So if Arthur LeBlanc, who we think is Mr. Aldridge, was not in the studio with Amy Morgan, then how do we have two people in that studio during when she was shot? Was time of death estimated? We haven't been to the medical examiners yet. That's an interesting idea. But we do know when she was shot based on the testimony of the janitor who hears the shots sometime between 10 and 11, and that's why he goes upstairs. So we really don't expect to get much from the medical examiner, except maybe if there were items found on her person. But cause of death, but he might have bullets taken from her chest that we could match up to the gun. How long is this lead that we were just at? 30 minutes. Okay, so it's 10 o'clock now. I mean, Crystal Herman, I want to talk to her. She's our chief suspect here, but what was she doing? It seems like we should still track down cabs. Maybe that would tell us. But this is a real wrinkle. This is a real wrinkle in our case. How are there two people shuffling off if we believe the husband? It's actually a very subtly, nicely written scene because he's lying, but we can see where he's lying and where he's not. And we believe he's not lying about this being a surprise to him. That's pretty cool to write a scene where you can tell when the person's lying and not. That was actually a very nicely written scene. Okay. Jonathan says cab logs near Herman Vance Dance makes sense. Herman Vance Dance was mentioned in the paper. That was the other thing I was thinking. Like, that name sounds familiar. And is that what we've got? Learn to dance at the Herman Vance Dance Hall, 739 Broadway. So I think what we should do is we should locate that place, talk to her, and then maybe go to cab logs. Remember, we're trying to get this done by 2 p.m. though. Okay, let's look up Herman Vance. This is the most interesting moment of the case, actually, because we had our theory, we got ahead of the case, and then this is a bit of a surprise. If we had gone to our boss a little earlier, we would have flagged this guy and his wife. So here's Herman Vance Dance Hall. It is at GV 59 12877. So I am loving the fact that we've now got honest to God mystery on our hands. Actually, two. We've got the collector too, but let us get out our map too, because we are going to go to the cabs after this, and we might try to see. I guess we should make a note of where Arthur LeBlanc lived too, right? I don't think I wrote that down, but if we're going to track cabs, that's going to be important. So let's remind ourselves where LeBlanc lives. GV19. I guess GV19. Do we need, maybe we do want to write down the street address just in case. 100 West 12th. And we know the dance studio street address is 739 Broadway. Okay. All right, Crystal. There's her dance studio at the other end of town. He's on GV19, so they live here. She works here at the dance studio. It is fun to see Anna's cases are so Greenwich Village focused. We are getting a picture of Greenwich Village like a small little town here. Okay, let's go talk to Crystal. This could be our shooter. This could be our shooter. This could be our shooter. If you have marker L1 circled, we do have L1 circled. Let me just make a note of this. It's 10 a.m. 12877, which is taking us to 34886. This is Crystal. Crystal LeBlanc, page 27. Interesting. So we've got a little bit of a problem here. Okay, we have a little bit of a problem here. Let's see if Anna's in the channel. She can advise what to do. So 4886. Oh, maybe not. Okay, sorry. We don't have a problem. Never mind. False alarm. Let me read what we see here. If it's Tuesday after 8 p.m., it's a night lead. If it's Wednesday, so we could have come here yesterday because today is Wednesday. We could have come here yesterday, so we did not follow up this in a timely fashion. So we are missing out on a lead of some sort. Maybe we're getting a duplicate, I don't know. But this makes me nervous that we missed being able to talk to this woman at night. But let's see, 8281. We might want to mark this as reread after the case ends. So see what we missed. Okay, but so if you come in the day, you could have done this as a night lead yesterday night. Otherwise, but it's Wednesday, so we're going to 42821 to 48281. All right, well, let's hope she's there and we can talk to her. All right, here we go. The dance hall isn't officially open yet, but when you step inside, you see a decorative flame top on the podium singing "Anything Goes" in a humming voice. A flame top means maybe she's redhead. When you ask a waiter, he says that she's indeed Crystal LeBlanc and the rehearsal is soon over. And today she's in a good mood too, so you're in luck. She's become almost unbearable in the last few weeks. And wow, does she have a temper. But not today, though, so I'd say you could safely wait for her at her dressing room, even without flowers. You walk in the indicated direction and shortly find the door with a Miss Crystal label on it. There's a poster of her on the wall. Circle document 11. Oh, we're going to get a poster of Crystal LeBlanc. I can't wait to see this. And document 10 we got. Okay, you ready to see Crystal? Document 11. Who wants to see what Crystal looks like? Our red-headed #1 suspect. Here is the poster of Crystal. Miss Crystal, every night at Herman Vance's dance hall. All right. I think we found our little femme fatale in a good mood after the killing. You expect the killer to be nervous about being caught? No, not Crystal. Crystal's in a good mood now. The last couple of weeks, she's been all rattled with her husband having an affair. Now she's taking care of little Amy Morgan, and she's in a good mood. We've got a real classic noir case here. How about that? Miss Crystal. It'd be a shame to put her away. But you gotta do what you gotta do. All right. You light up and lean against the wall. I see how it is. After 5 minutes ago, we're trying to look cool with a cigarette leaning against the wall. After 5 minutes or so, Mrs. LeBlanc comes off the stage and heads to her dressing room. She looks almost identical to her poster, only now she's wearing a green sequined dress with deep cleavage and a side cut high up her very long thigh. Her fingernails, her mouth, and her artificially curled hair are exactly as bright red as on the poster. In real life, you can see her high heels too, which are red as well. A few unfiltered remarks come to mind, but you only introduce yourself and tell her you'd like to ask her some questions. If she has a few minutes for you, she looks surprised but invites you into her dressing room. Ask away, detective, I'm intrigued. She lights a cigarette and offers one to you as well. It's about your husband. Artie, seriously, what does he have to do with the police? I can't imagine him being a bad boy, she says, humor in her voice. He didn't go to work today. He said he didn't feel well, so he just slept in. There were scratches on his face and neck. He said it was your cat, but I thought I'd ask you about it. You trail off, realizing how lame your words sound, and on cue, the woman starts laughing. You came here to ask me if my husband was really scratched up by the cat. Seriously? This pisses you off. Look here, lady. Someone was shot in your husband's school last night, so that's why I'm here. She suddenly stops laughing and opens her eyes wide. Someone was shot in the school? Really? Who? Amy Morgan, a model. She doesn't react when you reveal the name. Did you know her, Mrs. LeBlanc? She turns to her mirror and starts powdering her nose and putting more lipstick on. No, I didn't. And to answer your question, detective, yes, Luna scratched up my husband's face and neck yesterday. She really doesn't like poor Artie. My husband felt under the weather last night anyway. So I wasn't surprised when I saw him sleeping in today. Now, do you have any more questions, detective? I have to go back on stage in a minute. When did you get home last night, Mrs. LeBlanc? Oh, I don't know. Around 11, I guess, as usual. And was your husband home? Yes, he was sleeping already, so I went to bed as well. But I really have to go now, detective. My break is over. We need to rehearse my new song. She puts out her cigarette and stands up. Okay, then, that's it. Thank you for your time, Mrs. LeBlanc. You tip your hat and leave. Circle marker A1. Okay, well, she is much harder to read than her husband. What do you think? Is she lying or not? I wouldn't mind talking to her manager to find out. She says around 11 as usual. So, I mean, if she dances every night, maybe she's got an alibi. Too bad we didn't follow up on that. We're probably like a little nonplussed by this woman. We're shaking a little off our game. I think if we were on top of things, we would check with her alibi, but I think we're rattled by this woman. But now the question is, she says, someone got shot? Who? And we say, do you know her? And she says, no, I didn't. I don't know whether to believe her or not. Now I'm starting to think that we found the right person she's having an affair with, but now I have my doubts that it's really Crystal. Is she fooling me? I can't tell. She's so cool as a cucumber. But she's not lying about her time getting home. Like, oh, that was so tempting. Why didn't she, if she did it, I wish she would lie about it. Like, I got home at 10, then we would really know to suspect her, but she's not lied about when she got home. In fact, she's making it sound like that's when she always gets home. I think we're going to need cab logs to prove this. Is it an inconsistency that she says her husband was asleep? No, that's definitely not an inconsistency. He said he was in bed trying to fall asleep. And so I think she's assuming that he's asleep, which is all the more reason why it would be tempting for her to lie. Like, if she got home and she thought her husband was asleep, which I think she did, then she might figure, I can lie and say I got home at 10. And yet she didn't. Wow, I don't know whether to believe her or not. Well, this case has gotten really interesting on day 2. It's now 10:30. Wow, I don't know whether to believe Crystal. I mean, All right, let's make a note that we might want to reread her lead again and see if we can catch her. The newspaper doesn't give hours for this dance hall, does it? No, that's too bad. That might have been a nice clue if the dance hall closed at like 10. But she said like usual. We might want to check again what Jackson says about when he heard the shots. Was it closer to 11 or 10? I'm going to put that in my to-do list because I'm not sure we were that careful about actual time he heard the shot. Huh. All right, it's time to check cab logs. Let's see if we can nail down this woman, break her alibi. So we're going to need the yellow pages. We've got 2 potential neighborhoods. I'd love to hear. I love for the channel to weigh in now rather than later, whether you believe Crystal or not. The problem is, if Crystal's the shooter, we've also got the second person. So I don't think it's Crystal anymore. Wow. Can that be? I can't tell. That's a 50-50 shot. Okay, let's look up taxi cab companies. All right, so taxi cab companies. While we're at it, we could look up social clubs here and see if we see Shakespeare's. There's no Shakespeare Fellowship in the directory. That's okay. And we also could have a subway we might consider, but let's focus on taxi cabs. Okay, here's our taxi cabs and limos. We're looking for Greenwich Village taxi cabs or Bloomingdale taxi cabs. So here's a Greenwich Village taxi cab 76094. That's in GV. Here's another one in GV2 taxi cab service in Greenwich Village. Huh. 2757. No Bloomingdale Taxi Company? Surely there is. There it is right there. Bloomingdale. 64869. The other one is the Bowery, BO, not BD. We've also got a central cab coordinator, but I don't know that there would be any reason for us to look that up unless we get word from one of these companies. All right, so I guess Greenwich Village. Let's see. We're going to end up going to both of these. 76094 doesn't have an entry. 52757 doesn't have an entry. 64869 doesn't have an entry. Okay, so the taxi cab idea was a good one, but not for our case. That's something that we might, one of the things watching a playthrough, if you're an author, things might not have occurred to you, occurs to the players. Sometimes you want to add them into the case. You wouldn't need to, but it's an idea. Okay, so it looks like my brilliant taxi cab idea is not relevant to our case, but at least it didn't cost us any time. So talking to the divorce lawyers doesn't seem like it's going to help us because we're already willing to give Crystal a motive. We don't believe Arthur LeBlanc is innocent. We know he's having an affair with Amy Morgan, so we've got plenty of motive. That's not a question anymore. The question is opportunity. Let's do one thing. I think this is very unlikely to be the case, but because I was so hot on the taxi cab, and because they're leaving late at night, if they were up at that school, this is unlikely, but the School of Music is on page 52. So I am just going to check the subway station for our school. So BD 73. So just for the hell of it, the school is here, and there is a subway station on that block near the park. I'm just going to talk to the teller at that subway station on the off chance that that's our person. Okay, so we could use the reverse directory to get that. In fact, that's probably the most efficient way to do it. So we're looking for Bloomingdale 73. There's the School of Music and Art. And there's the IND subway station, 80604. 80604. Probably nothing, but let's just be thorough here. No, no entry there. Okay. Well, we tried. If we don't think LeBlanc did it, someone else must be having an affair with Amy. That's certainly possible. We could follow up on the spouses of the two teachers that did show up to the school that day. That's an interesting idea. Huh. I mean, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's revisit this idea. We failed in our All right, well, let's take a look at the art school entry again and think about the people that did show up. Did we not follow up on it? The other thing to do would just be to pivot to the collector leads for a bit until we stumble on something. Is there a 24-hour newsstand near the dance hall? I mean, she lives close enough that she could just walk home. I'm not sure. Let's pencil that for a minute. Sorry, let's pencil the idea of trying to catch her because taxi and subway would be the most likely thing. I think let's see if we can't get a different angle to catching her in a lie. Remember, she's got a sequin dress or something. We should probably go to the medical examiner. I wonder if the shooter didn't leave something at the scene. I think that'd be a little more likely cause for us. We could also look at this. I wonder if we shouldn't be going to the principal's home. I guess we're going to make a new card here. We've got Sylvester Sawyers. Amy. Let's see. Teachers are missing. So he comes in, he finds her at 7. We talk to the janitor, and then we say, we talk to Smirnoff. Who was Amy? Okay, Radmil and Rachel are the two teachers who are in. Let's take a look at their testimony. Her lipstick is smeared, don't forget. She was kissing someone. Flowers, no forced entry. The lab and ME reports expected by the morning. We should go there next, I think. But let us find the dialogue of the two teachers who did show up. Rachel Popova. Composer, and Radmil Stransky, the novelist. So these are teachers that we didn't think much of. composer chick is quite a looker. Huh. Okay. Let's go to the medical examiner. Let's see if there's something found on her. Because if they find some like sequins on her bed, then maybe we got more evidence that it's crystal. Or something. I'm still troubled by crystal, greatly troubled. Let's take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. I've made myself a fresh cup of coffee. I can see we're gonna need to be sharp for this one. Jonathan says he thinks we're gonna go over time today. All right, I think it's time to go to the medical examiner. I am keen to confirm it wasn't the husband's gun and hopefully find something at the scene of the crime. So let's go to the medical examiner. Now, how do we find the medical examiner? Well, the medical examiner will be in the yellow pages, but it will also be in our general research list. Coroner and Chief Medical Examiner 47384. So 47384. It's Wednesday, which it is, 42017. Medical examiner's report, 30 minutes. It's now 11 a.m. You called the chief medical examiner to ask about Amy Morgan. There were 2 bullets in her chest, no exit wounds. One went into the lower left lung, the other damaged the pericardium. I sent them to the lab. They were fired, I'd say, from about 6 feet, maybe a little less. She died almost instantly, I'd say around 1 a.m. No signs of struggle. There were a few older bruises on her arms and face. 1 a.m.? That doesn't sound right. She died instantly 1 a.m. Can that be right? That doesn't sound consistent with testimony. Maybe I'm misremembering Jackson's testimony. We're going to have to go reread Jackson about that night, but that's weird. M.E. says she died instantly 1 a.m. Marker 01. All right, let me just go ahead and circle marker 01, and then we'll get back to this. He sent ballistics to the lab, so we're going to go to ballistics next, but I really thought that Jackson gave us consistent with our 10 or 11 p.m. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Did we write down when we found where we found Jackson? I wish I had written down. Well, we knew we found him at the car place. Let me just read that before I forget. Am I misremembering something? I think they have the wrong timeline. If we go back and look at Beth's testimony, it looks like she says she heard someone leaving at 11 p.m. Okay, I'm not really. I need you to be a little clearer about what you're saying. I don't know if you're saying we have wrong timeline and she wasn't killed at 11. I wish I'd taken better notes about what lead was Jackson's to reread it. Let me read his testimony again. There is at least Wellmore Motors 17607, and after that was Wellmore Motors. So probably 70741. Let's read Jackson's testimony again, and let's make sure that we note it. Okay. So this is when we found Jackson Pollock. We catch the kid. He's got size 10 shoes. He says, "Poor Mrs. Morgan, all that blood, it was terrible." Okay, so we say, start with how you know her. We get the whole story. We know he wants the keys. He shows her the painting. He thought she's interested in him. Why did she need the keys? I didn't eavesdrop. She never gave them back. What happened Monday night? Here we go. I was sleeping. I woke up at some shouting. I heard two bangs. I jumped out of bed. I saw two figures shuffling. So we don't get a timeline. Okay, so we have the timeline wrong. Somehow we remembered it wrong. I remembered her being killed between 10 and 11, but that's not the case. I guess the testimony we heard from the husband and neighbor is that she leaves the house at 11. She leaves the house at 11. All right, so we definitely were sloppy about managing timeline information. Conflated when she was last seen with... So yeah, I guess my notes say she runs from home at 11. So she died at 1 a.m. So what does that do for our Miss Crystal? I suppose either it gives them an alibi or it makes both of them... Let's write down also the 6 feet thing. 6 foot shot. So, I mean, on one hand, it doesn't give them an alibi because they got home at 11. That gives them plenty of time to get to her. She doesn't... No one's going to have an alibi for 1 a.m. They're all going to be at home in bed. But if we believe the husband's alibying the wife coming home at 11, but they still could have gone back out. Tricky. Let's go to ballistics lab. Let's at least walk down this lead. So the ballistics lab was in the police. Ballistics and firearm lab 62753. We already went there once, but it seems like we need to go there again. Unless I'm misunderstanding that. Okay, what did I do wrong? Ballistics and firearms 62753, but there is no 62753. So what do we think it's the firearm licensing 81439. Says if you've circled marker V, page 21937. I feel like I might be a little bit rattled here. That's the previous lead. So we're doing something wrong. We're doing something wrong looking up, because the intro to today said we should go to the firearms report, and we've just looked it up and can't find it. Okay, Anna says, sorry, look it up in the online version. I changed it yesterday. The old lead number belongs to some weird entry in the new directory. Okay, I could look it up in the old version, but could you just give me the lead number? Then I can just look it up in the book. So one of the things I did try to simplify. So let me explain why we're having this problem. In the original directory, in the older version of the directory, there were even more labs and special units. And some of them felt duplicative, so I got rid of some. I tried to reduce the duplications, the redundancy, and it looks like probably Anna's case got bit by that. So I can look it up online, but if you just tell me the lead number, I will read it in the case book and not worry about where it is. I mean, I can look it up too. So we will just put here. It is at 11 a.m. And we are going to firearms, ballistics. 45460. 45460. Okay, so this probably used to point to something more relevant for us. Something in the old directory. 45460. Try to keep the screen off until we go things. Okay, so this just says if it's Wednesday, we get to go to 12650. Page 13. Okay, so here's the ballistics lab report. Yes, Detective Lucas, medical examiner, sent us 2 bullets, 241 short. They're from a Remington Model 95, the double-barreled pocket pistol, commonly known as a Derringer. Easily concealed in your pocket, purse, even in your socks or stockings. Yeah, you know the Derringer. Okay, so we've got a little gun, a gun not crazy to associate with a woman. I'm circling Q1. We're getting access to document 7. We only have one document yet left of 14, so I've got all but one. And here is a little pocket Derringer. And there's the 41 shorts, the ammo. 41 short rimfire. That just has to do with how the bullet is struck. I guess it struck around the rim that fires it. Look at these tiny little short bullets for close range, 6 foot. Okay, and here's our Derringer. Carry that anywhere. A woman's gun. Absolutely could be a woman's gun. All right. 41 short from a Derringer that could be carried in your purse easily enough. Half an hour goes by. Now 11:30. All right, how are we looking on our... We are running out of official time. Hmm. Hmm. the LeBlancs. They both seem genuine. I mean, the husband seems genuinely shocked and surprised. So if it's not him, then who is it? Someone else having an affair with her? So we could take a couple of strategies. One would be to just pivot to this collector case and follow up those and see if we stumble on a connection to Amy Morgan, or we could stick with trying to follow up the less likely Amy Morgan leads. Boy, that's tricky, huh? So the LeBlancs live at 19. Doesn't really help us. No items left at the scene of the crime. If we want long shots, we could try Eloise Kellett or Audrey Seals for the divorce leads. I suppose... So I was thinking, well, we've got a motive for LeBlanc, even if he was seeking a divorce. It didn't... I don't know if I really believe that the wife, that hot dancer wife, would really be the kind that would kill out of jealousy. I wonder if we should read that dance studio entry again. But I was thinking then, like, so what if we found he wanted a divorce? But if we think she might be having an affair with another man, then maybe finding another man's divorce would be useful. All right. Well, I still think the divorce lawyers are a little more likely. So, but we could investigate that angle. All right. Let's pursue this idea that, but it's so weird though, because surely she's having the affair with LeBlanc. He's sending her the flowers. Is she really going to meet up with someone new? I think we might want to consider the other teachers, including the principal. She was kissing someone with that smeared lipstick. Okay, let's try this divorce thing. Let's try this divorce angle. I'm going to look up these two lawyers. G.A. Chrisman and Clark and Lodge. Let's see if we can't get lucky. It's a very cool angle if it pays off. And then maybe Jonathan's idea of talking to Miss Seals or Monroe. But still, I think the lawyers are more likely. Okay, let's start out by trying to find Clark and Lodge. Okay, W.H. Clark. I just see a bunch of Clarks. I don't see any Clark and Lodge. So that's not going to be the right angle. The other one was G.A. Christman. C.H.R. We have no Christman. Okay, so the divorce lawyer's angle is not it. And then Jonathan was thinking about these people. I guess I will look up all of these. We've got a Monroe, we've got a Seals. We'll look up Monroe first. I'm a little bit. So we got Monroe Wines, but no other Monroe. Okay, so it's not Monroe. And then if we look up Seals, there's no Seals. Okay, so far it's 0 for 4 with these people involved in here. And then we have Sylvester Tracy, and the other one was like Eloise Kellett. Okay, so Kellett. Kelly, Kellogg. Well, Eloise Kellett is here. I'm going to have to pause and really rethink where, if this is key, I'm going to have to pause and rethink what my reasoning, why this is confusing to me. So Kellett is at GV26 44077. Eloise Kellett. So why am I confused here? Because this is the person that feels like it would be least likely to be relevant to our case. Now, why is this? November 21st, which would have been 2 months ago when the affair started. And so Jonathan picked up on that and said, Decree Nissy was temporary order, adultery of her husband, Vernon Taylor. So 2 months ago, I mean, let's look up Vernon Taylor. Maybe Jonathan was right to think that this case, this divorce, maybe they reconciled and then she caught him having an affair. And then he said, I broke it off, and he didn't. So Tracy, we're looking for Vernon Taylor. There's Vernon Taylor. Okay, I think Jonathan's instincts might have been right. 57887. So Jonathan picked up the idea that this November filing actually coincides neatly with when Amy Morgan started having an affair. So Monroe is getting a divorce against Sylvester Tracy, and it's saying that it's a follow-up to this previous one where Eloise Kellett got a temporary decree against her husband Vernon Taylor. And Jonathan picked up that November 21 would coincide with when Amy Morgan started having found love with a married man. My conclusion was that timeline didn't really match. If Amy Morgan started her affair in November, then how is it that this couple is already filing for divorce when they were keeping the affair secret? That didn't make sense to me. But maybe you could imagine a scenario where she catches him having an affair in November. She goes right to the courts. She gets a temporary order of divorce. And her husband says, I swear I'll never see her again. And she says, okay, maybe I'll take you back, win me back over. And then 2 months later, she discovers he's lying and cheating again. All right, let's look up these two. Let's see if there is any connection here. Four 4077. No entry. 57887. 57887. No entries. Okay. Those are wild goose chases, which is okay by me. That's okay. It's fun. They're in the phone book, these divorced people, but not related to our case. All right, well, this is why we made our list. Let's take a look at our leads that are still on our to-do list. I think maybe the smart thing would be to focus on the collector while we're chewing on how to catch Crystal and Arthur. Let's look at our angles. We could visit at home the teachers who did show up at work. Those are pretty good possibilities. If we look at our other things, we confirmed when she was shot at 1 a.m. We tried the cabs. We found Edwin Day. Paper we have on a different sheet. We followed up with Arthur. We think Arthur is a Mr. Aldridge, although it would be insane to not look up Aldridge here. That would be a good way to get fired. But we're fairly sure, unless she's getting flowers from multiple people. Yeah, there is no Aldridge. Aldridge is surely LeBlanc. We went to the medical examiner. We went to ballistics. The paper leads we've got on a separate document. we reread Jimmy's collector entry. We haven't tried to find a Mr. Finley, but we did try to find the divorce lawyers. There's only one more lead on this sheet that we haven't followed up on, which is Finley. So let's do that lead that we started this whole case with. Let's see if there is a Mr. Finley we can find. I don't see any. Okay, so that's a fake name. No Finley. Of course, Finley could be our school principal. Okay, so these are newspaper leads. Divorce attorneys, we tried that. The Edgar Allan Poe Society, Sybil Boyle. I think probably we should try to follow up on this. I think we went to Mario's restaurant. I can't remember if we talked to Goldie, but I think we probably should. We tried the D4Cs. Okay, let's follow up some collector leads. Let's try Sybil Boyle at Edgar Allan Poe and the Shakespeare Fellowship. Mark Twain guy is Erwin Hopkins. Okay, let's try these. Let's tread water a little bit on this case and see if anything jumps out to us about our other case. Okay, Sybil Boyle. I mean, this is kind of what you want in a case, right? You want to be making good progress and then get to a roadblock that's going to challenge us. So, no complaints. How are we going to find Sybil Boyle? We've got a Mildred Boyle. Mildred Boyle, she's in Greenwich Village. What was her name? Miss Sybil Boyle. Why do we have a... Is it a coincidence? So I have a Mildred Boyle. Maybe she lives with her sister. 58595. 58595 is in the directory. So let's go read that. 58595. Page 38. Why did it say, oh, page 37. Mildred Sybil Boyle. I guess maybe I did not write down her full first name. Miss Mildred Sybil Boyle is a chubby little lady with horn-rimmed spectacles on the tip of her nose. Really. And wow, has she got some thick ankles. But she seems very excited when you ask her about the Poe dinner. Our society was the first organization in the country to recognize the literary significance of the author. We are deservedly proud of this record, lectures the 2 o'clock beauty. 2 o'clock beauty, I don't know what that means. Maybe when you're, is it like beer goggles at 2 a.m. she starts to look pretty? Because Europe was the first to accept this famous poet even before his abilities were recognized by the country of his birth. In Europe, a prominent literary critic wrote that America has made one and one half contributions to the literature of the world. Poe was the one contribution, Walt Whitman the other one half. She says, chuckling. You nod as if you got the joke. When Eloisa, Razie, Anisha, Lily May, and I formed the Edgar Allan Poe Society back in 1920, Poe was the so-called forgotten man in American literature. Our purpose was to study him with a view toward creating A better understanding of his work. I believe we have gone a long way in accomplishing this purpose. Mrs. Boyle points out proudly, for now, hardly a month passes that some paper in the United States does not have something about our favorite author. Even the movies discovered him. I just watched The Black Cat at the cinema. To be honest, it didn't have much to do with Poe's short story, although the poster advertises it as such. Still, I believe this motion picture was inspired by Poe, so this counts as an example of Poe's growing popularity. You hastily interject, yeah, you're right, ma'am, but could you tell me more about this annual dinner the villager was writing about? Oh, yes, the dinner. The Poe Society will celebrate the 126th anniversary of the birth of Edgar Allan Poe Saturday, and I'm very pleased to tell you, Detective, that among the speakers at the dinner will be Dr. Thomas Murray Parrott, professor at Princeton, a biographer of Poe, Dr. Thomas Olive Mabbott, another authority on the author, and Channing Molick, well-known author and critic. The guest of honor will be His Excellency Hiroshi Halto, ambassador from Japan, who's one of the leading translators of Poe in his country. Our guests will arrive during Thursday and Friday at the Hotel Lafayette, if everything goes according to plan. The chubby woman seems anxious to do everything in her power to accomplish just that. Circle K1. Well, we've got some names that might be candidates for our collector, and it's now noon. So I'm going to write down that this is Sybil. What was her last name? Boyle. And that we might want to revisit this for names. Circle marker K1. I wonder if we need to write these names down. I mean, she's given us a whole bunch of names. So these are the Poe names. Remember, we think the collector might have something personal out for the writer he's trying to find. So we've got Hiroshi Alto from Japan. We could check out the Japan consulate or something. And then she gives us a list of other people. We have a Dr. Thomas Murray Parrott at Princeton, probably not going to be a native to the village then. Dr. Thomas Olive Mabbott. Interesting, these names are so similar. Channing Molick. Who's a critic. Could one of these people be our detective? Anna says, you watched the Black Cat movie in case one. I do remember the Black Cat poster. That's pretty cool. All right. So I wonder if, are these leads worth chasing down? I wouldn't put them as high priority, although one of these could be our collector. Do we know? I wonder if we should be going to the library. Is it likely there's going to be an entry for the library? Let's see what we've got here. New York Public Library Information Desk 67401. I was wondering if Edgar Allan Poe has a history with the village. Maybe the best place for that would be the library. Let's see if there's an entry at 67401. No. Okay, that's fine. Let's chase down our Mark Twain lead before we start visiting Edgar Allan Poe leads. So if you'll remember from our paper, our Mark Twain lead was this guy, Lawson Erwin Hopkins, who's a cousin of Mark Twain. Sketch his career. He took time last week at his home. Author's Digest is what he edited, and the Poetry Society of America. Okay, let's see. Is this a real person? We don't know, but let's just do some due diligence to try to find Erwin Hopkins. Okay, so there's a Lawson. There he is. Look at that. Surprising. He seems such a real person. He lives in Greenwich Village. Okay. Sometimes I'm surprised to find these people in the directory because they feel so real. When you read Anna's stuff, sometimes it feels like these are real people in history. They're so fleshed out that it feels like they're not going to be in the phone book. 26183. I mean, surely he is going to be in the phone book. 26183. Okay, if you read these articles, which we have, then we can go to 51596. 51596. I don't know. This is something I want to add on my notes to mention to Anna. I don't know if this is necessary. I don't know if you need to check if the person has found Erwin Hopkins, then they've read this, surely. And do we need to check that they've read them all? I don't think so. I don't think there's a need to check this and have a redirect. I don't think so. I think if there's certain leads that a person could stumble on by accident, those you want to gate. Other leads, I don't see how someone's stumbling on this. So if they get to this, surely they read enough that they can read it. 51596. That's my opinion. All right, let's talk to Lawson. The main hallway of the place is 2 stories high. Over the entrance doors, which would have let in a troop of elephants, there is a broad stained glass window showing a knight in shining armor rescuing a lady who's tied to a tree and doesn't have any clothes on, but some very long and convenient hair. Seeing its hallway, reading the villagers' articles, you expect Hopkins to be a very eccentric fellow, but in reality he's a friendly and direct person. You won't be friends anytime soon. But at least he doesn't wear those pretentious monocles at home. Looks like they're only for the press. How can I help you, detective? He asks you politely. If you want to ask about the Shakespeare Fellowship, if you want to ask about his famous cousin. Probably we want to know both, right? Although it's going to take us some extra time. Okay, let's just write these down here. Surely do we care enough about the Shakespeare Fellowship? I'm not sure. But we can go to 59426 and 53250, 838 and 33. And Anna is giving us a little clue about a library in Greenwich Village. All right, well, we might have to return to that, but let's ask him about both of these things. 59426, page 38. Okay, we're asking about the Shakespeare Fellowship. I don't know much about Shakespeare. Edwin's a good friend. He invited me to that dinner. There were lots of pretty ladies there, so I'm glad he did. I especially liked Miss Bossy. Ada Bossy. She's one of the actresses of the Fellowship. She's in Edwin's new production, The Midsummer Night's Dream. But I don't really know much more about the Fellowship or the play. You should ask Edwin instead. Circle marker H1. Okay, we have most of the markers, just to give you some idea. Look at all the markers we've circled. We've basically got everything except if there's some extras here. And now he has mentioned someone. Ada Bossy. All right. Remember, Edwin Day did not give us an alibi for where he was, but he seemed fairly straightforward. All right, let's now ask about Mark Twain, page 23, 3250. $532.50. I don't know what. Obviously written down the wrong word, wrong page. But all right. Here we are, and this looks like this lead is going to cost us 60 minutes. So it's now 1 o'clock. We only have an hour left officially for our case. Surely we're going to go overtime. All right, we're asking him about Mark Twain. I'm investigating a so-called collector, Mr. Hopkins, who's probably interested in a famous author, an author who's already dead. Your uncle was Mark Twain, I'm told, so I was hoping you could help me with that. He considers your question. To be precise, Mark Twain was my grandmother Pamela's brother, so a great uncle of sorts. But I called him Uncle Sam, as all my cousins did when we were children. And to answer your question, Detective, there are lots of collectors who are interested in his manuscripts. As a matter of fact, many of those manuscripts I inherited, so there are always buyers lurking about. I see. Where do you keep these valuable manuscripts, Mr. Hopkins? Oh, they're in my safe with my uncle's diaries and notes. In a safe, at least that's something. Diaries and notes, you say? Any special interest about them lately? Special interest. Well, there was a widowed aunt a few years ago, Aunt Dorothy, who visited me a couple of times and told me how she regretted she didn't get any of Uncle Sam's manuscripts. Her husband was a professor at Columbia, so she felt that would have entitled her to the inheritance even more. She was quite annoying for a while, but I haven't heard from her for at least a year now. But to tell you the truth, Detective, lately I have been getting more offers from investors who want to buy my uncle's unpatented inventions and notes he left to me. That's unexpected. You perk up. Inventions? Yes, Detective, everyone knows about the 3 he patented in his life, but there are more that lay around in his diaries and notes. Uncle Sam was good friends with Nikola Tesla, and they spent a lot of time in Mr. Tesla's laboratory. Naturally, everyone is curious about what my uncle was writing in his diaries about these experiments. Here, a photograph. Mr. Tesla performs an electrical experiment in his laboratory for Uncle Sam and an actor, Joseph Jefferson. It was taken in 1894. Mr. Tesla is unfortunately blurred at the center. And we have our last document. Wow, look at that. Nikola Tesla and Mark Twain doing some experiment with this big metal hoop. What the hell? Is that real? Experimenting with Tesla. You've never heard about that, and you didn't know about the patented inventions either. Apparently not everybody knows about them. And what's with this Uncle Sam? You thought his uncle was called Mark. One company became especially pushy in the last few weeks. There's an agent from the patent company, Edgar Tate & Co., who's trying to buy my uncle's diaries. Though I told him the first time he asked I have no intention to part with my inheritance, he keeps coming back. He keeps coming back and making higher and higher offers. I had to instruct my staff not to let him in anymore, although this Gant is still trying to reach me at the office. It's very annoying, to tell you the truth. Edgar Tate & Company. Well. That's very interesting, Mr. Hopkins. Thank you for the information. Do you think this agent is the one you're after? Do you think this agent's the one you're after, Detective? Good question, Mr. Hopkins, but afraid I don't have an answer yet. You're deep in your thoughts when you say goodbye to Hopkins. Edgar Tate. Is that a case? Is that from our... No. Edgar Tate & Company. I don't know why... Well. What are we saying here? Do we know that from the first case? Edgar Tate & Company. Well, he says. Okay. It's very interesting. Now 1 p.m. though. I mean, that seems like a lead we want to follow through. And you visited Edgar Tate in case 1, says Anna. I don't remember it, but I take your word for it. We could look up Edgar Tate. Boy, we are going to get yelled at by the boss for not solving our main mystery by 2 p.m. It's Edgar Tate, so it's probably not going to be under... it's not someone's name, so it won't be under Tate. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, it's going to be under the company name, Edgar Tate. Edgar Tate & Company in the Civic Center on the 2nd floor. 71652. And let me write down here GV Library that Anna was hinting us to look at. 71652. Page 47. We are chasing down our collector lead now. But we're going to have to get back to the case of Amy Morgan soon. All right, let's see what Edgar Tate has to say for themselves. You enter into the familiar building, although now you need to visit a different office than yesterday. Agent Victor R. Gant's office, as you can read his door plate. Victor R. Gant. Turns out the R stands for Romeo in his name, but this greasy man couldn't be farther from the legendary character. He's at least 40, pot-bellied and balding. What a Romeo indeed. Is this our Mr. Finley? He's very surprised when the secretary announces you. Detective, I don't understand. But he gathers himself quickly. How can I help you, detective? There's a forced smile on his face. Mr. Gant? Mr. Hopkins told me about your renewed offers for his uncle's plans and inventions. Tell me, why you have this sudden interest in those papers? The little man looks at you suspiciously. He's a little short man, balding. This sounds like our Mr. Finley. I wouldn't describe our interest in patents, plans, and inventions as sudden. My division exclusively deals with searching out hidden and unpatented inventions we could purchase for the company. But it's completely legal activity, so I don't really understand your role in this, detective. Of course, Mr. Gant, I didn't mean to raise any doubt about the legality of your activities here in this office. Just caught my attention how persistently you try to purchase Mr. Twain's heritage from Mr. Hopkins, although he's told you no a few times already. This seems to piss the little guy off. Good. His eyes flash angrily when he answers you. That just means you don't know Mr. Tesla's work very well, detective, so you don't even fathom the groundbreaking possibilities of his and Mr. Twain's joint experiments. It is natural we are vigorous in our attempts to purchase their records. I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I were less persistent. And if you don't mind, detective, I have much more work to do today. Good day to you. He stands up to indicate your interview is over. Funny how he's not much taller standing up than he was sitting down. Marker Y1. This is everything seeming to point to this could be our Mr. Finley. So let's circle Y1 and let's note that Mr. Victor R. for Romeo Gant at Edgar Tate. Is he a Mr. Finley? I'm nothing obviously connecting the names, but he sure seems like Mr. Finley. And that was a 30-minute lead. So we've got one more half hour before we're supposed to report in. I don't know if we're going to get any closer to the collector. Jonathan says Humphreys worked there, whose wife was the nude model for case 1, whose painting was stolen. That's an interesting connection. I wonder if we're done with as much as we can find out about the collector. I feel like we should pivot back to Amy Morgan. Although we do have more leads about Edgar Allan Poe. Let me just see if these people are in the directory that we got told about regarding Edgar Allan Poe. We have a Murray Parrott. Probably take a break in a moment. It's just we have a Parrot, but not a Murray Parrot. but could have been his middle name that I didn't. Thomas Murray Parrott. Doesn't sound like it. How about Mabbott? I don't see any Mabbott. And then we have a Channing Molick. Critic. Doesn't sound like he should be our guy, but let's just check. No, it looks like the Edgar Allan Poe leads are dead ends. Then we had that actress, Ada Bossy. Let me see if she's can be found. Ada Bossy is in Greenwich Village. 86260. So we heard about Ada Bossy when we talked to the guy who was telling us about Edwin Day. I think that was the Mark Twain guy. And I'm not sure why she would be relevant to us. 86260. There's no entry on her, so that doesn't look like, unless I wrote it down wrong, it doesn't seem relevant. I think we might as well go to the library Anna suggested and then see what markers. Okay, so libraries is another area that I tried to remove some redundancy for. There used to be more libraries, and I tried to reduce them down to almost none, just so that everyone would know to go to the main New York Public Library. So there, if you see now, there is basically just the New York Public Library, but there are a couple small libraries. There is a writer's library in Greenwich Village, so 13418. This would be a good, this is exactly, what do we call this? I'm trying to think what the name for this phenomena is. So this is an unusual library, the Writer's Library, 13418, which is totally reasonable. However, if you came to me and wrote a case and had an important entry at this small little library, what I would say is, this is like the bread, it's not breadcrumbs, but we talked about this about encouragement. I would say, okay, if the player is supposed to think to go to a library, then you should have an entry in the New York Public Library general entry, and it should be a blank lead. It should be just something like, I go to the New York Public Library, I ask about some writers, and they say that although they have a huge collection, you might want to check the Greenwich Village Public Library just to point them in, or you might check a local library. And then this feels like this is a bug for me to note. Public Library. I don't know why this entry isn't at the top here. Okay, let's go to this library, and then maybe we'll trigger our end of day and see if we get some advice. Maybe we want to look at a hint, but probably we want to just spend a moment thinking about what we're missing. 3418, page 14. Okay, we'll read this, we'll take a break, and then we'll talk. Okay, we're at the Jefferson Market Library. 60 minutes has passed. It's already 2:30. You go to the library, do a little superficial research in a few stuffy volumes. An hour of it made you need your lunch. If you want to read about William Shakespeare, if you want to read about A Midsummer Night's Dream, if you want to read about Edgar Allan Poe, Mark Twain, counts as one read regardless of how many articles you read, but if you read them all, you get 4 culture boxes, and we tick Z1. We have now gotten 26 markers. So I think what we should do is take a break and then read these for a little bit of history. So let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll read some history at the library, and then we'll talk about what we want to do with Amy Morgan's case. Maybe we're going to get yelled at by the chief. I'll see you in 8 minutes. 1:36 a.m. We've been playing for 3.5 hours. We found ourselves in a little bit of a bottleneck here where we're not sure what to do. Something did occur to me during the break, though, however. We're going to read some of this library entries, but we were very quick to finish up with the fact that the Emmy said she was shot with a Derringer, a small little gun that a lady could carry in a purse. It's not that common to be having guns in Manhattan. I wonder if we need to check gun stores. What do you think about that idea? Especially if this is like a recent affair going on 2 months, maybe we've got someone who doesn't normally carry around a gun who bought a gun. What do you think about the idea of going to a gun shop in Greenwich Village or Bloomingdale? And then I wonder, we're told that the Central Park police were involved in this case too. It occurs to me we might want to stop by the Central Park precinct and see what's up. And it says, by the way, I love animals. Only Lucas hates animals. Okay. All right, so let's read our library. Then we'll go meet with the chief, get yelled at, and maybe we head to some gun shops. All right, let's write down these leads because surely we're going to go visit all of them and get our culture points. 6406. That's the one that seems least interesting to us. Edgar Allan Poe 46044. Mark Twain 21282. And we're looking for Greenwich Village local stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and do these. So 41160 is on page 30. William Shakespeare. And here we have a photograph of William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare, 1564-1616, was an English playwright, poet, and actor. He's widely regarded as the greatest writer in the English language and the world's preeminent dramatist. He's often called England's national poet and the Bard of Avon, or simply the Bard. His extant works, including collaborations, consist of some 39 plays, 154 sonnets, 3 long narrative poems, and a few other verses, some of uncertain authorship. His plays have been translated into every major living language and are performed more often than those of any other playwright. Shakespeare remains arguably the most influential writer in the English language, and his works continue to be studied and reinterpreted. Pretty cool. Okay, next up, 66406, which is on page 41. I mean, you know, when you're playing Anna's cases, you are getting history. So here is a little bit about A Midsummer Night's Dream, which is the play that the Shakespeare Fellowship is putting on. A Midsummer Night's Dream is a comedy play written by William Shakespeare in about 1595 or 1596. The play is set in Athens, consists of several subplots. One subplot involves the marriage of Theseus and Hippolyta, the royal couple of the city. Another, a conflict among 4 Athenian lovers, Hermia, Helena, Lysander, and Demetrius. A third follows a group of 6 amateur actors rehearsing the play which they are to perform before the wedding. Most of these characters find themselves in a forest inhabited by fairies who are ruled by the fairy queen Titania and the fairy king Oberon, who manipulate the humans and are engaged in their own domestic intrigue. A Midsummer Night's Dream is one of Shakespeare's most popular and widely performed plays. Okay, next is 46044, page 31. Okay, here we have an entry on Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe, 1809-1849, was an American writer, poet, editor, and literary critic. He spent several years working for literary journals and periodicals, becoming known for his own style of literary criticism. His work forced him to move between several cities, including Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York City. He wrote The Raven in Manhattan. In January 1845, he published his poem to instant success. Poe died in Baltimore in 1849, aged 40, under mysterious circumstances. The cause of his death remains unknown and has been attributed to many causes, including disease, alcoholism, substance abuse, and suicide. Lastly, 21282, which is on page 21. This is about Mark Twain. Samuel Langhorne Clemens, 1835 to 1910, known by the pen name Mark Twain, was an American writer, humorist, and essayist. He was born in Florida, Missouri, but when he was 4, his family moved to Hannibal, a port town on the Mississippi River that inspired the fictional town of St. Petersburg in The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Twain was fascinated with science and scientific inquiry. He developed a close and lasting friendship with Nikola Tesla, and the two spent much time together in Tesla's laboratory. Twain patented 3 inventions, including an improvement in adjustable and detachable straps for garments to replace suspenders, and a history trivia game? What? Most commercially successful was a self-pasting scrapbook. A dried adhesive on the pages needed only to be moistened before use. In his later years, Twain lived at 14 West 10th Street in Manhattan, in Greenwich Village. He passed through a period of deep depression and died of a heart attack on April 21, 1910 in Stormfield. Okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool little history lesson there. All right. So, let us... It is now 2:30 p.m. We're going to have to go face the chief now and tell him that we're not 100% sure about things. Okay, it says you have to wrap up the case by 2 p.m. Don't be shy to use hints if you're having trouble. If you don't have any idea, so this doesn't really give us an option for going into overtime. But should we just turn... We want to go look around some more. Anna, should we just go to the end and it will tell us what to do? Or... All right, I'm going to turn to the end page. Go to questions. Read only if you're ready to finish your day. Well, we're not. So, but let's see. You can go back and follow more leads. All right, so let's do this. Read only if you're ready to finish your day, and you have A1, B1. Well, we have all the ones. So we have A1 through Z1. So we absolutely have all of these ones. If you have all these markings, record +1 through your thorough on your campaign log. Okay, so let's adjust our campaign log. We are thorough +1. So we were thorough in our previous case, and now we're thorough in this case. If you have the whole alphabet, including H1 and H2, you get +10 points for the scoring of this case, and you can record +2 thorough. Okay, so that's amazing. So let's remember to get our +10 points when we get scored. If you don't have all these markers, you won't be able to answer the questions. So we have them all. So it sounds like, oh, H1 and H2. Oh, I don't think we have H2. We don't have H2. Whoops. We don't have H2. We don't get the bonus. I thought we did. Somehow we missed H2. Okay. You can go back and follow more leads now. If you want, time isn't passing anymore, but you have to check 1 demerit for every lead you visit. Yikes. Okay. Do we have H2? I didn't mark it. If we got it, I didn't mark it. You do have H2, says Anna and Jonathan. Okay, so I must have forgotten to circle it. All right, so we do get our +2. That's a nice surprise. Shows you how easy it is to overlook this stuff. And we get our +10, which I'll write on a little reminder. Okay, so it's now time for us to go back, and it's going to cost us demerit. It's going to cost us demerit, but it's worth it. So let's have a good long chat about our plan here, because we don't want to totally destroy our score. So we've got two tracks, two cases. One is the collector. One is Amy Morgan's murder, the murder of the model. My gut tells me that we have that, given that this is a trilogy, my gut tells you that we've maybe found as much about the collector as we can on this case. So I think and that it's about Mark Twain and the inventions. So that's my gut. Now, Amy Morgan, we are clearly do not understand something. We've clearly conflicted. We thought we had the killer of Amy Morgan. Something seems not right about it. Anna says you should mark the other plus points in reputation. Do I keep bypassing instructions for the campaign stuff? Why am I having such a hard time following those instructions? We did the +1. All right, we did the +1 thorough. We have the whole alphabet, H1 and H2. So we recorded another +2, oh, instead of +1. So actually, we shouldn't get a +1 and +2. We just get a +2. Use hints. Okay, there's no more. Oh, Anna says, I don't have instructions about those, but I'm inserting it now. I see. So, I don't know. The case says we have the required markers. It's hard for me to think we're going to find a smoking gun out there. It's true, but I'm inserting it now. But what reputation should we get, Anna? You have to tell us how much reputation we should get. But I'm not ready to give up on Amy Morgan yet. I want to check a couple of leads that I think we should do our due diligence about. And that's what, and these are the gut, look for a gunshot. Look for the teachers that were present to see if they've got spouses. So gun shop, teachers with spouses. That might be it. And then maybe brainstorm how we could actually catch our girl that we think might be involved. She's certainly our biggest candidate. So it's 2:30 p.m. We're in overtime. Let's just mark this. Every lead we follow after this is going to be penalty. Okay, so I'm keen to check gun shops. Anna says don't overthink it. You do have the markers, so go to the questions. Plus 10 points. You're saying that could have been done through reputation. Anna says, don't overthink it. Go to the questions. Okay. All right. I'm willing to take Anna's judgment. For the record, I'd like to be able to go to a gun shop and find that, but maybe we can't. Okay, we're going to try to do it then. We're going to go to the end questions. Okay, so I think Anna was saying that maybe this plus 10 points would be better done by giving us plus 10 reputation points. That is an easier way, rather than saying, remember to give yourself 10 points. Just tell them right away to do 10 reputation. All right, here we go. 6th Police Precinct, 10th and Greenwich Avenue. When you step through his office door, the chief's already waiting. So, he says, leaning back, word is you hauled in 2 suspects tied to Amy Morgan's case. The husband, Zachary Morgan, and the lover, Jackson Pollock. He lets the names hang in the air like cigarette smoke. Real classic setup. 9 times out of 10, it's one or the other. His eyes lock on yours. So what's it gonna be, Lucas? Which one pulled the trigger, the husband or the lover? What the F? What the F? All right. Jonathan says, I guess we're going with a trick question, neither. Yeah, we're going to say neither, but this is a trick question. Okay. So, do we need to bring up votes? Does anyone disagree that we're going to say neither here? Whoops. I mean, we know it's neither because we know the gun doesn't match. So this is a no-brainer. All right. So we're going to say neither of them, Chief. You got it all wrong. Well, Chief, you say, voice low and steady, I got to straighten something out right off the bat. I didn't bring in the Pollock kid because he was playing house with Mrs. Morgan or because he put a bullet in her. You let that sit a second, then continue. I brought him in because he's an important witness. 5 points. All right, let's keep our score here. Okay, I'll tell you what was kind of cool about that. And if your answer was correct, +1 efficient. +1. Okay, I'll tell you what was kind of cool about that. When I read this question, I thought, this isn't right. Like, why is it telling us that we suspect these two? Like, that's a famous thing I sometimes criticize about games, if it puts words in our player's voice. But if you look carefully, what it's saying is, he's saying you arrested these 2 people. And he's right, we did arrest them. But it's not because we think they're the killers. He's jumping to that conclusion. But he's right, we did bring Jackson Pollock in, and we brought the husband in. So, completely reasonable. All right, so we say, no, I got to clear things up. It's not the 2 of them. Okay, so we got our +1 efficient, and we got our 5 points. Next, the chief squints at you like he's trying to read between the lines. So it's the husband then. He leans forward, elbows on desk. Don't dance around, Locus. I want it straight. Who did it? How'd they pull it off? And most importantly, why? Give detailed explanations for every question, including names, times, locations, motive, means, and opportunity, and every piece of evidence you found or theory you constructed. Who is the murderer? What's the evidence? How did they do it, and why? All right, so I guess the pitch is going to look something like this. It's got to be the LeBlanc husband and wife. And when we talk to Arthur LeBlanc, he seemed genuinely shocked. But I'm thinking now that perhaps the best explanation is something like LeBlanc is with Amy Morgan. The wife comes in shooting, drags him away, and he doesn't know that she's died. He's hopeful that she wasn't even hit, maybe, or that it was a graze wound or something. And the reason his reaction is so panicked and shocked is that it's just registered to him that Amy Morgan died. Seems like we might be well advised to reread those entries, but this is how we're going. This is how we're going to do it, right? We're going to say the murderer is our girl, Miss Crystal, with the Derringer. We've got evidence of the gun caliber. We expect to find the evidence on her person, the gun on her person, but we did not discover it, nor did we find any records that she bought that gun. And we didn't catch her in a lie. I don't love that. I feel like, boy, we are missing some evidence to get these people locked up. I don't think we're going to be able to put these people in jail with the evidence we have. But yeah, they must have fought, scratched, the wife scratched her face, his face. Surely he didn't want to do it. And she did it because of jealousy, I guess. I guess I'm Jonathan's again. I guess I'm going with LeBlanc and his wife. I guess the surprise must just be they didn't realize Amy had been fatally hit. Okay, so Jonathan and I are on the same page. Maybe LeBlanc and the wife struggled. The gun went off. LeBlanc's wife scratched his face while the two of them fought for the gun. I mean, that is what we are aiming for. But boy, I gotta tell you, I would think we're gonna have a hard time proving this in court. Now, I am taking Anna's word that I shouldn't be searching for a gun shop. I shouldn't be talking to the Central Park police. We know the evidence we have is clear that LeBlanc was having an affair with Amy Morgan. So that we have proof of. We just don't have good evidence against Miss Crystal, but I say we pull her in, we search her room and her showroom at the dance place. Does anyone else in the chat want to get on the record disagreeing with this or pointing out other evidence? I really wish we could have come up with some proof. I mean, she had to have left the house at 1 a.m. She gets home from the club dance place. She had to have gone there. Why were we unable to find evidence that she went there? I'm trusting Anna that there'd be no benefit in us brainstorming ways to prove it. I'm not going to be happy if there were ways to prove it and we didn't do it. So I think Anna's going to have to jump in here and tell me that there are ways to find proof, because the only reason I'm jumping to questions now instead of looking for that proof is Anna telling me that there's no point. Otherwise, I would try to find a witness that found Miss Crystal out of the house. Maybe a nearby 24-hour place or subway. And it says go to the next page. Okay, we're just going to do it. No one else seems to want to jump in with a disagreement. So we've made our statements, Jonathan and I. Whoops. Well, it'd be easy to pin this on the husband. Nice, clean, wrapped up with a bow, but this one's messier than that. Makes sense of what went down at the art school. We got to start at the beginning. You pace a step, hands in your pockets. Amy Morgan was stuck in a bad marriage, real bad. Her husband was a drunk, real mean when the bottle talked, which was most of the time. He knocked her around a lot, but she stayed because she didn't have anywhere else to go. You pause, the room feels heavier. She worked as a model at the art school. That's where things started to change. About a couple months back, she got mixed up with someone, started an affair, but needed a place to meet, someplace quiet off the books. So she got friendly with the janitor, a kid named Jackson, young, soft around the edges, the kind that doesn't know how to say no to a pretty face. She played it just right and got him to lend her the spare keys. Okay, do I have to keep track that this is plus 10 points here? So the two lovebirds started meeting up, figured they could keep it quiet, but secrets like that, they got a way of getting out. Jackson knew, of course. Kid handed her the keys himself, heard things too, enough to put the two and two together. Director Day, a sharp guy, he noticed the model changing. Then there's Smirnoff and the rest of the staff. They saw the flowers, fancy bouquets, not the kind her drunk husband would have bothered with. It didn't take a genius to figure out there was another man in the picture. You pause. But here's the thing. They all knew something was going on, but none of them knew who was her lover. So who was the lover? The chief asked impatiently. You meet his eyes. It was Arthur LeBlanc, one of the teachers, an illustrator, and a married man. He's the one who sent the flowers. The florist gave me his description, same guy who sketched a little portrait. Amy Morgan kept it hidden away in her dressing table. I guess we should have made that connection. Illustrator. We already knew it was him, but illustrator sketched the thing she kept in her dressing table. Your voice softens just a touch. I guess Mrs. Morgan hoped LeBlanc would leave his wife and she'd leave her husband. No more sneaking around, no more borrowed keys. She'd hoped they'd get a clean start. Plus 10 points. Okay, so we got all that so far correct. It's real touching, Lucas, the chief says, voice dry as old paper. Real touching. But tell me something. You really believe this LeBlanc guy was going to walk out on his wife for this model dame? His expression is very doubtful. What do you answer? You can circle your answer here, yes or no. Surely you think that's interesting. Jonathan, you think he wasn't going to leave the wife, huh? You missed the drawing in the dressing table connection. Okay, I'll take off a couple of points for us. It makes sense, but we already knew it was him, though. But okay. So, Jonathan, you think he wasn't going to leave his wife, huh? Maybe Amy scratched his face when he told her he wasn't going to leave his wife? But surely, why would the wife kill Amy if he wasn't going to leave his wife? Surely he was going to leave the wife, and that's why the wife got so jealous, don't you think? All right, it sounds like we might disagree here. I think we need to have a vote on this one. This is as much a psychological vote as anything else. So, vote for whether you think he was going to leave his wife, yes or no. Jonathan Warner says no. I do think it's worth remembering what Crystal looked like. uh, but Crystal and Amy were both pretty good looking. But I'll tell you what, Crystal felt a little controlling. A little bit controlling. I wonder if maybe he wasn't thinking of leaving. I'm going to say yes. Does anyone else want to, Jonathan, can you proxy vote yes for me? Does anyone else want to get on the record? I'm going to give you a minute here to get on the record. This is a great question because it's half psychological, half evidentiary. I love this question. I'm not sure there's a 100% pure logical answer to it, but I love that it's here. It's something they would discuss, and it has to do with putting yourself in the mind of these characters. So now is your chance to get on the record and vote. I'm gonna give you guys an extra minute because I want someone to get on the record here. Boy, this coffee is good. I'm telling you, if you make coffee, get yourself some of this unwashed coffee that's got a little bit of a fermented taste. For me, it's too lightly roasted. It's too to drink whole, but add a couple beans. Tastes pretty good. Everyone's falling asleep. Yes, everyone is using this channel to fall asleep. That's okay. That's okay. We'll just give them another 30 seconds. I mean, I am not confident about this. I think it could go either way, but boy, do I like this question. He was pretty broken up about Amy. He was sending her flowers. Surely he wasn't just after her for her body, especially if he's got Crystal. I think he had real feelings for her. And Amy seemed to think she was about to run away. On the other hand, it could be that she thought she was going to Ray. She told this guy, and this guy said no, and she freaked out. All right, we're going to stop it here. No more votes. Either everyone's asleep or they're all chickened out. All right, here we go. Jonathan says no, he wasn't going to leave her. I mean, Anna does like noir stuff. So if you were to meta this out, you would say that Anna is not sentimental and she's going to say he wasn't going to leave her. But I'm going to say he was going to leave his wife. All right, if you're ready, read on. If your answer was yes, add +1 romantic. And read this. Okay, so depending on your answer, you get a different thing. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Jonathan, if you want to record your own campaign log, you can do so. But I am going to +1 romantic. And I'm going to read what Lucas says. Yeah, Chief, I get it. Doesn't fit the usual script. You rub your jaw. But yeah, I think he meant it. LeBlanc fell for Amy Morgan hard enough to wreck his own life over her. And that's where it all went bad. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. But if you're Jonathan, you read this. Record +1 cynical. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. You give a small shrug. Well, who the hell knows? Love makes a man stupid, or maybe it just shows you how stupid he already is. All I know is he set up a meeting with Amy Morgan last night in the school, and that's where everything went sideways. All right, you gotta love that. This is so beautifully done because this is what I talk about when I talk about rewards being narrative. Like, this is the sole use of that answer. But it also carries on to your campaign log. So if you play this game and two people compare it, they would see, oh, I thought that this happened. I thought this happened. Love it. Okay, so let's keep reading here. Yeah, it's a nice little love square gone rotten. Two jealous spouses, both with a reason to pull the trigger. First, you got Zachary Morgan, the husband, booze hound with a mean streak. Says he knew, or at least suspected, Amy was stepping out on him, and he's got a revolver sitting nice and easy in the cupboard. Man like that doesn't take much to set him off. Then there's the other side of the coin. Crystal LeBlanc, the wife of our boy Arthur, singer, temper like a lit fuse. From what I dug up, she's been on edge lately, snapping at everything that moved. But here's the funny part. Yesterday, she was in a good mood. Real good. Plus 5 points. The chief interrupts. Okay, you had your fun. Now give me straight. Which one was it? Zachary Morgan or Crystal LeBlanc? But you're not done yet. There are a few things we know for sure. First, Jackson saw two people leaving the scene, one of them dragging the other like they didn't have a say in the matter. 2. LeBlanc has scratches on his face and neck, not the kind you get from a cat or shaving too close. And third, the piece that did the job, a small derringer, easy to hide, but not exactly your average household iron. Plus 5 points. Okay, we get full points for that. Let's say Miss Morgan and LeBlanc finally decided to make a break for it, leave their spouses, stop sneaking around, start fresh. So the model goes home, starts packing, but she doesn't get far because Morgan comes home drunk, mean, same as always. They fight, it gets ugly. Amy Morgan bolts, sometime around 11. Morgan stays behind and drowns what's left of his brain in a bottle. Wakes up in the morning, stumbles into work, then right back out to the Stonewall Inn to keep the haze going. That's where I picked him up. And yeah, he's got a gun, a war souvenir. Keeps it in the cupboard like a bad memory he won't let go of. But it's the wrong piece. An M1917 revolver, not what killed her. Now, Crystal, well, she also knew about the affair. Maybe not the details, but enough. I bet that's why she's been tearing into everyone at Herman Vance's in the last few weeks. We figured that. And those scratches on LeBlanc's face, no way it came from their cat. It's more likely they came from her. Long red nails, sharp temper. Either when he told her that he was leaving, or later, when she found him at the studio and tried to drag her husband out after everything went to hell. Plus 10 points. We get full points for that. Medical examiner puts the time of death around 1 in the morning, and we know Mrs. Morgan, walked out on her husband around 11. That gives the lovebirds plenty of time to meet up at the studio, let's say at midnight, give or take, quiet hour, the kind lovers like. They probably compared notes first. Each told the other how it went down at home. The shouting, the threats. That kind of talk doesn't last long when you're in your little love nest. The scene tells the rest. The shoes kicked off by the bed, blouse undone, lipstick smeared, hair loose. They weren't planning on dying in that bed. Your eyes narrow, seeing it play out again. But then the door opens and everything goes to hell. It's Crystal LeBlanc. She probably followed her husband, not his husband, and had that little derringer tucked away in her purse. Small, easy to carry, easy to hide, easy to use. She walks in, sees them together, that's it. All the suspicion, all the rage, it boils over. She's shouting, spitting venom, gun already in her hand. LeBlanc jumps up from the bed, too late to fix anything, just in time to see it fall apart. And Amy, well, she barely has time to react, just pushes herself up, confused, exposed, vulnerable. Crystal fires twice. Your voice is flat now. Close range, 6 feet, maybe less. First shot catches the lung, second one damn near the heart. Amy pitches forward, ends up draped at the edge of the bed. LeBlanc locks up. Shock, guilt, fear, take your pick. And that's when Crystal grabs him and starts dragging him out, pulling him away from what she'd done. You drag a hand down your face. Jackson's the next part of it. Kid's down in his basement room when the shouting starts. A woman's voice, sharp cutting, wakes him right up. Then the shots. By the time he pulls himself together, throws on some clothes, and creeps up the stairs, it's already over. All he catches is a glimpse, 2 shadows moving down the hall. We're going to deduct a couple points from our score for not connecting Jackson's comment about hearing a woman scream, because that should have been a clue we talked about, that it wasn't Amy's, but could have been Crystal's. Anyway, Jackson, he sees the lights still on in the studio. Door half open, so he goes in. Guess we don't need this. He goes in, and there she is, Amy Morgan, lying in a pool of blood. The kid runs to her, not thinking, steps right into the blood. He turns her over, checks if there's anything left to save. But there isn't. Panic takes over. He bolts, runs straight to his brother, holds up in that little room over at Wellner Motors. That's where I found him, scared out of his wits. Okay, so 20 points. So I'm going to give us 18 points. Taking away 2 for not discussing the clue of hearing the woman scream. The chief leans back, fingers drumming on his desk. I see. So, he mutters. So LeBlanc stood there and watched it all go down, didn't lift a finger. His eyes flick up to you sharp again. I think we ought to bring him in too, charge him with complicity and murder. He pauses. What do you say, Lucas? Okay, well, here we have a choice that is not about deducing the mystery, but a moral choice. What's it going to be, Jonathan? What do you think? Jonathan's going to charge him. Well, here is the choice we're going to make. Charge him with complicity in murder. You're charging with interference? That's pretty close to it. I wouldn't do it. Although, boy, I can see... The question for me, morality-wise, is, did he do something to contribute to this? And I just don't hold him morally culpable here. I mean, he brought Amy happiness and he was going to run away with her. So he's a weak man. But it's only been a day. I have to assume he's just in shock and didn't know she was dead. Remember how shocked he was when he found out she was dead. So I don't think he even knew she was dead. So I'm not gonna charge him at this point. But I say we bring him in and give him 1 shot to confess everything, because we don't have evidence on his wife. We do not have enough evidence on his wife. So I think the only way we're going to get Crystal in jail is to have the husband completely come clean. So I say we bring him in. We say you got 1 chance to come clean about this. Tell us everything. And if he doesn't, then we charge him with interference and complicity. But if he comes clean, it's the only way we're going to get evidence on his wife. Jonathan says, I wouldn't charge him with complicity, but I would charge him, but so I don't think that would hold him in court. All right, so Jonathan's going to agree with me. We bring him in, we give him a chance. All right, no one else is voting. Guess there's no point in doing this anymore. Okay, so I say disagree. All right. If you agreed with the chief, which we didn't, so if you disagreed, here we go. Oh, wow. Two different epilogues. All right. Record +1 compassionate. If we'd agreed, we would check ruthless, but instead we record compassionate. You take a slow breath like you're about to stick your neck out a little. Well, it's a good question, Chief, you say. I figure LeBlanc went into shock right there in that room, watched the whole thing happen and just shut down. And when they got home, I bet that's when Crystal took over, spun that story about the scratches nice and neat. Blame it on the cat, close the door on it. Hell, maybe she even made it clear. He talks, he ends up just like Amy. So he keeps quiet, stays up all night, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of it. Doesn't show at work, not because he's guilty, but because he's broken. Meanwhile, Crystal LeBlanc walks into that dance hall next day like the world just tilted her way. Light, easy, almost cheerful. She got what she wanted, her rival's gone, and her husband's back. In her mind, that was a win. You look the chief straight in the eye. So, no, I don't think we collar LeBlanc. I think we go after the one who fired the gun. 15 points. Maybe we can read the other thing. Now read Epilogue B after the scoring. I'm just going to make a note. Epilogue B. So, that's it then, asks the chief. Jealous wife pulls the trigger. Same old story, just a different set of faces. He shrugs. Find the derringer, wrap it up, call it a day. He gives your shoulder a firm pat, heavy but not unkind. Nice work, Lucas, old boy. Shame your partner wasn't here. Might have picked up a trick or two. How's the kid doing anyway? You adjust your coat. He's on the mend. I'll know more after I swing by the hospital. You don't mention the information you picked up about the collector. That's something you keep close to your chest, at least for now. The chief nods. Well, give him my best. Yeah, Chief, will do. And then you're out, past the desks, past the noise, back into the city that never really sleeps. Time to see the kid. Okay, if you got at least 60 points, record +1 wise. Okay, well, we've got 15, 25, 33, 38, 43, 53, 63, 71, 86. So yeah, we got more than 60. So we get +1 wise. Now go to questions part 3. Still going. Love it. Absolutely love it. St. Vincent's Hospital, 7th Avenue at 11th Street. You expect to see Brooke in better shape than yesterday, but that's not the case. Although the doctor said his results are good, the concussion most likely didn't cause permanent damage, so he will be able to discharge him tomorrow. Oh, kid, how you doing today? You try to sound cheerful, which makes Brooke look at you suspiciously. What's with you, Lucas? Did you hit your head too? But his smile is forced. So you tell him about the murder case you investigated today. He only listens half-heartedly, and at the part where you talk about the lovers, he turns his head away. Poor kid. Marie's betrayal burned him badly, so you decide to play your trump card. Hey, I found out some things about the collector today. Looks like it worked because he turns his head towards you. What things? Now detail your knowledge you gathered about the collector and the job he wants to commission. When you're ready, go to the next page. You can write down your answers here. What do you know about the collector? What do you know about the job? Okay, so we're going to have to make a guess now about the collector. And are we comfortable that this is about the Tate and Company Edwin Tate and Company, that we found the Mr. Finley, who's really Victor Romeo Gaunt, and that they're trying to steal Mark Twain's patents. We think he wants Tesla Twain patents. Is that right? I think that's what I'm ready to guess. So I guess we don't know who exactly the collector is, but we know who his right-hand man is. Victor Romeo Gaunt at Edwin Tate. And we think he wants the patents, but he says it's personal. So I'm not sure what part is personal. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% about this. That could just be what he said. He could just want to buy the patents. I mean, why is he trying to buy the patents and steal them at the same time? The only thing I'm a bit concerned about is I think it said there are different middlemen, and Finley is the current one. Huh. So maybe Finley wants the patents and the collector wants the manuscripts. All right, well, we're going to try it. Let's see what happens. What do you know about the job? There is a specific job, but we think it's to break into the safe and get this collection of Mark Twain stuff. I guess that's our theory, yeah? If you're watching at home after the fact, now is your time to pause the VCR, write down your guesses, and then unpause it. We certainly don't have evidence that it's Edgar Allan Poe or Shakespeare. Shakespeare's too old. It's not Shakespeare, but it could be Edgar Allan Poe stuff, but we have no evidence for it. The closest we got is Mark Twain. Okay, Jonathan agrees. Here we go. So here's our answer. Well, I got a message from Jimmy yesterday morning. He sends his best, by the way. Turns out the job isn't about the Willoughby, but about a dead author. Now, there were 5 such authors mentioned in the Villager's last issue: William Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, Rainer Maria Rilke, and Andre Addy. 5 points. I mean, I guess that's plus 5 points. Sat through a poetry reading where I gathered through a poetry reading where I gathered some information about the 2 European poets. Turns out our mystery author lived here in the village for a while, so it leaves Poe and Twain in the running. Talked to the leader of the Poe Society, who's currently organizing the annual society dinner for Saturday. There'll be lots of famous Poe experts attending from all over the country. That actually was why I thought it was Poe, but let's read this. Also talked to one of Mark Twain's nephews who lives there. Turns out his uncle left manuscripts and diaries to him, so lots of buyers sniffing around. Did you know that Twain wasn't only a writer, but an inventor as well? He patented 3 of his inventions in his life and wrote about more in his diaries. He even knew Nikola Tesla, and they experimented together in the famous inventor's laboratory, so plus 15. Lots of exciting leads, don't you think, Ken? He almost seems interested now. You have to strike the iron while it's hot. See, Jimmy even found out this job is personal to the collector. That's what makes me think it might be Edgar Allan Poe. Personal? What does that mean? The kid asks eagerly. Finally, maybe the collector's case will bring him back from his lethargy. Well, I don't know yet, but we'll find out. You just read and concentrate on getting better. I'll visit you every day with the details I gather. Don't worry. We'll catch him in the end. You better be right about this. If you've got 20 points in part 3, plus 1 analytical. Okay, so it looks like we don't have to actually settle on Twain or Poe. And it does point out the very thing that I mentioned. Like, we did hear it was personal. That would lean not towards the Twain Tesla patents. So we did get 20 points, so we do get analytical. Another +1 on analytical. But we didn't have to. We've narrowed it down to Twain and Poe, which is what we did, so we got as far as we needed to get. Final scoring. Calculate your score by assessing how well you answered each question, assigning partial credit as you see fit. All right, so 5, 65, 20 culture points, the whole alphabet, 20 minus points, final score. Okay, so let's see. I believe I kept track of it slightly differently, but what I believe is we took off 2 points for not connecting the portrait sketch from the illustrator LeBlanc, and we took off 2 points for not spending enough time on Jackson's clue about hearing a woman scream. Other than that, we maxed out everything. Culture. There's our 10 points. That's our bonus here, a whole alphabet. And then we got 4 points of culture for the library, but it seems like we might have missed some more. If you read the whole newspaper, that's +5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 11. Seems like we must have missed some of the culture, though. Is culture +1 each, or what? Because if so, surely not, because we got 11. So I'm not sure. We did something wrong with the culture, but otherwise 70, 90, 100 minus 2. We didn't take any demerit, so that's 98 plus culture. So I want to say 98 plus culture. Okay, 2 points each for the culture. So we did get plus 22 points culture because we got 11, which means we get +1 cultured in our campaign log. If you played solo, no, we don't get the lone wolf and we don't get the extra reputation. Okay, so it looks like our score is 120 to me. We missed a couple of culture opportunities. This might say in parentheses, 2 per. Culture points, 2 per checkbox. And maybe we shouldn't have gotten 20. Maybe we shouldn't have gotten 22. We got 20. Maybe I checked one more, but doesn't matter. That's 120. So I'm going to write that in. We've got a score of 120. 0 demerits. Reputation, we did get 10 reputation points. And culture, I'm saying we got 11. All right, now epilogue. But let's look at our result. Above 90 points, congrats. You're basically a pro, a real hard-boiled detective. Almost nothing escapes your attention. So we did better than our last game. Our last game we were down here mainly because of our delay. Anna says, congratulations, your score is basically perfect as was expected. Okay, let's read the epilogue here. Epilogue B. So, 2 newspaper articles, but we're on epilogue B for us. Beautiful model shot dead by a jealous singer by Billy Jones. The New York School of Music and Arts in Central Park was the scene of fatal events on Tuesday night when Crystal LeBlanc, the singer known as Miss Crystal at Herman Vance's dance hall, discovered her husband, one of the school's teachers, in the arms of Mrs. Amy Morgan, a model of the school. In her jealous rage, Mrs. LeBlanc shot the other woman through the heart with her little Derringer pocket pistol, which was found by the police in the singer's dressing room during a search in the dance hall the next day. Mrs. LeBlanc was arrested and now awaits trial, where she may be sentenced to death for first-degree murder. We met Billy Jones in our first case, reminds us, says Anna. Okay, behind-the-scenes postscript from the author. Anna is waiting to the end of case 3. Fine, and then we have a full walkthrough here. Oh, look, we could have gone to a gun shop to find Zachary Morgan's gun. We could have gone to Hotel Lafayette, which we didn't, but we did talk to Miss Boyle. And then we have hints. Okay, I'm very curious to see what epilogue A would have been. So here's if we had arrested the husband. New York School of Music and Arts in Central Park was the scene of fatal events on Tuesday night when Crystal LeBlanc, the singer known as Miss Crystal at Herman Vance's dance hall, discovered her husband, one of the school's teachers, in the arms of Mrs. Amy Morgan. In her jealous rage, she shot the other one with the Derringer. Her husband was an eyewitness to the murder, and he later gave false information to police. That's what Jonathan wanted to charge him with. The LeBlancs were arrested and are now awaiting trial, where the wife may face the death penalty for first-degree murder, and the husband could receive a prison sentence for withholding information from the authorities and complicity in the murder. All right. That was an hour-long session. I'm not going to say anything yet. I have finished recording our campaign log. Now we have a whole bunch of stats, so if another group plays through these 3 cases, it will be very fun to compare. When we finish, I will post this. When we finish the 3rd case, I will post this online so other groups can compare how they did. We're going to talk about this case in 8 minutes. First, we'll take a break. We'll come back for our final little session and talk about the experience of playing this case, give some constructive criticism, talk about the experience. I'll see you in 8 minutes. It's 2:50 a.m. here. We've been playing for almost 5 hours. That makes 5 hours yesterday, 5 hours tonight. Now we're going to talk about the collector case to the model. I've been trying to do my spoiler-free reviews first, but there's really... I'll just say I loved it, and we'll put that as our spoiler-free review, and then let's talk to Jonathan and have our spoiler-filled discussion of the case. So let's see. So hopefully Anna is still here listening. Jonathan says, fun police procedural case. The twist that the janitor with Jackson Pollock was great. The poetry session with the audio was very neat. I'm curious about some of the actors mentioned in relation to the Shakespeare Company. Maybe they'll show up in case 3. I wouldn't be against there being a little more definitive clue that you caught Crystal, but it did seem pretty definitive that LeBlanc was having the affair, and the markers did say we saw everything, so works the way it is. Great work. Okay. So I have tried to make some notes here, but let me start. I want to talk about these. Of course, I'll share these with Anna, but I want to start at the back and then work my way back to the front. I think there were some really wonderful things in this case. The highlight for me, I mean, there are a couple of highlights that I'll talk about, but one of the joys of playing this case and some of the other cases we've played is when it's not just that the case is handled nicely and enjoyably, but you can see that some of the things that we've talked about over the years and tried to sort of bring into New York Noir are done so well. And this gave me a little bit of, I wonder if Anna deliberately thought about Razorhurst, but it gave me a little bit of the Razorhurst vibes reading the end of this. But the whole way that case ended, the questions and answers and dialogues and choices, to me was so beautifully done, was so enjoyable. It's especially notable when you compare that to something like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which this game is based on. But you play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you answer a couple questions, and then Shakespeare, and then Holmes gives you like his 1 or 2 page summary of what happened. So you answer some questions, and then Holmes just rifles off, oh, here's what happened, everything that happened, and here's your answers, and here's your score. And what we got in this case is much closer to what we've been talking about, which is this fully interactive dialogue where we're making our deductions clear, answering questions, but also making some moral choices about whether to arrest the husband. That moment where it's like, was he really going to leave her or not? I mean, they're small, but they're so impactful. For me, it's such a totally different emotional experience. And the entire ending of this case was handled so well, and the writing was so good. And Anna has we've talked before about Anna's historical writing, which we can get back to. But there's another thing that Anna has that I do not have, which is a real, I don't know how to put it, a real emotional connection to the bittersweet sadness of the noir genre. And this was a very classic noir case of the husband and wife, and we had this femme fatale, but just the way everything is put, right? Everything feels like this noir, dripping noir vibe. about the husband beating the wife and carrying around the souvenir from the war, like a bad memory he won't let go of. Like, I mean, it's so pitch perfect. And the whole thing about the LeBlanc being shocked at witnessing his wife kill his lover, connected with this decision about whether to arrest him. I figure LeBlanc went into shock right there in that room, watched the whole thing happen, and just shut down. And when they got home, I bet that's when Crystal took over, spun the story about the scratches. And then the whole thing about Crystal being in a happy mood after that, so good. In fact, the scenes with LeBlanc and his wife Crystal were some of the best scenes. And they were wonderful, not just in the way they were written, but in that they sort of had us stopping and thinking about the psychology. I mean, I really love that. That is so hard to do, but it's what I crave in these games. I don't want just adding up the facts and putting the facts into the equation. I want psychological meat on the bones here. And this case really pulled that through at the end, where we had these two people, we knew he was having an affair with her, but then we really had to wrestle about he's lying, but what is he lying about? And we were so sure it was him, but then when we got there, we were like, he seems genuinely in shock about this. Does that mean we were wrong about him? And then when we talked to the wife, it was like, she feels like she could be a killer, but we weren't quite sure, and that's really hard to get that balance right. In general, I tend to lean on saying, well, it's too hard to write a case that's balanced on a knife's edge, so just give them the evidence that proves it. And that's a little bit what Jonathan was saying about wanting maybe a little more evidence to prove Crystal did it. But boy, if you can pull it off, if you can pull off a case where we're at the end and we're sort of like, it's got to be these two, but I'm not 100% sure. I mean, that's an ideal world, and that was very enjoyable. And the game handled very well the things that we couldn't be sure about. Like, everything we couldn't be sure about, the game was like, that's okay that you're not sure about it. Like, either make a choice that he was involved or cover up. That wasn't even a deduction. That was more of like, how do you interpret the reaction of this guy? So boy, the whole ending of this case was so amazingly handled and was so satisfying when we got to the end. And I don't know, I mean, the whole case is written well, but it's especially, to me, comes home at this whole ending, which just feels so emotionally perfect. And then even this little satisfying, all of these things add up. Like the epilogue here that changes. I love that. I also thought, like, Anna has really written this little, Anna has really written this interaction with this rookie, Brooke, really well. And I'm not used to this relationship. This isn't like a, you've got like the femme fatale, you've got all of these stereotype people, but we've got a really interesting relationship with this kid Lucas and this kid Brooke. And look how emotionally well this works. Like, he goes and visits him, right? And look at this part here. You tell him about the murder case you investigated. He only listens half-heartedly, and at the part when you talk about the lovers, he turns his head away. I mean, how good is that? That we're still, like, he's had his heart broken from the last case. And just hearing about these lovers he can't even look. He has to look away. That is so good. And then look how true this feels. Like, our guy, Lucas, is just like, I'm just going to distract him. Like, this is how a police officer would think, right? This is how a detective would think. Like, and he's right. He's like, I'm going to cheer this kid up by by exciting him about this mystery to solve. How good is that? That is just amazing. So, I mean, I don't think this ending could have been handled any better. Now, so let's talk about that. I've got some suggestions, but I do want to talk about a couple other of my favorite parts. I think the other thing that really worked here was the pacing of the case in general. Like, it seemed like it was so straightforward in the beginning. We were just chasing down our leads. It seemed like it was the husband, but it was too obvious. We knew it was too easy. And then at some point we figured out. At some point yesterday, we figured out, okay, this is a noir story about the person she's cheating with. She isn't killed by the obvious husband of hers. She's killed by the wife of the man she's cheating with. We did figure that out yesterday. And so we cottoned on to that's the noir, that's the feel of this, and it felt right. But a couple of things made that interesting. First of all, the pacing of getting the evidence on those two, finding, the fact that it took us a while to find the husband and the wife was particularly satisfying. And then I think there's something very clever about having this structure where we've got this additional case that we could, there's some real value at having something a different angle, different thing you can do when you get stuck. And we did get stuck with the husband and wife, and we're able to divert to the other. There's something very satisfying about having this larger case that we're only scratching away at until the end of the trilogy. And I can't wait to play part 3 and really get into it. And of course, we've talked about the history, which we've learned to expect with Anna's cases, which is amazing. The poetry reading with the audio, fantastic. And being able to hear about this historical elements of Edgar Allan Poe and Mark Twain was great. I think when we start talking about the mechanics of the days and nights, that's where I have some more actual constructive suggestions. But I want to bridge those two elements a little bit more explicitly, because one of the ideas of structuring New York Noir cases into days is the idea that the events between days could help control pacing. And I'd have to go back and look at the case more, but maybe Anna can speak to this. So sometimes we play a game and it feels like the pacing is perfect, but I wonder if someone else had done it differently, if they would have experienced such a satisfying pace. For us, we found LeBlanc and his wife at the very end. But it seems to me that you could have gone to them right away, right? Because we hear LeBlanc's name like in the first scene of the case. And if we had gone directly to LeBlanc first, was there anything forcing us to only read that on the second day, or could we have read him and his wife's entry on the first day? Jonathan says, I believe you couldn't have found Crystal till a night lead at the earliest. Okay, so maybe that would stop you from stumbling onto them until at least the very end of day 1. So that's good. That was my real suggestion. I was going to say, don't let the players get too much information about LeBlanc and his wife. I suppose you could have gone to the flower shop and then connected LeBlanc quite early. And I wonder if you shouldn't try to make the husband also not reachable until day 2. I wonder if it might be that if you knock on LeBlanc's door on day 1, he just doesn't answer the door. I'm just trying to think of a mechanical way you might force that arc to not happen until day 2. But okay, so you can't visit Crystal till earliest end of day, late night day 1. So that's good. I wonder if you might try to do the same thing with LeBlanc though. John says, I might do it the opposite way. Close the flower shop on day 1. That's not a bad idea either. I do think that authors should embrace this idea of gating things between days to enforce a specific pace, either by closing stores on certain days, early days, or having events come up that open up a new lead. Let me see what else I've got here on my list. I talked about the poetry and the whole noir vibe, which I think Anna does great. In fact, regularly in Anna's scenes, you get these moments that are a little bit sad. And I really like that. It's not something I'm comfortable writing, and I love it when I see it. The whole campaign stuff, I loved how Anna has embraced that. And it's really going to be, I think it really is going to be interesting to see how different players get through the end of the trilogy. And boy, is it fun to have a super long trilogy. I thought the newspaper stuff was done great, although I did have a couple concerns there I want to talk about. I love the use of documents and photos. Anna has really embraced that. That is so enjoyable to be able to open those envelopes. Pacing and twists, I love that. This is the part about how we had to stretch to answer the people. The whole LeBlanc couple entries, I thought those were amazing. We had a real femme fatale here about how I love how she's in a good mood after the killing. That's so good. But then the 11 p.m., we just weren't sure, and I like that. I really like that we couldn't be sure. Okay, and I've talked all about this. Okay, so now let's talk about some constructive criticism. Before I get into that, Anna, do you want to say anything else? Jonathan had another idea about the flower shop. Anna, anything you want to add before I talk about more specific little suggestions or things to think about? These aren't things to fix. These are things for other authors, for all of us to consider when writing cases. My suggestions are basically suggestions for all of us to keep in mind and think about. But Anna, you should be really proud. How was it watching us play through this, I wonder? Nerve-wracking? Anna says, I'm so happy. Jesse, you're so getting all the things I was trying to accomplish. Music to my ears. I feel like Anna has a very intuitive grasp about the noir genre and the little bit of sadness strung throughout this stuff. Sort of fatalistic thing with the husband. Just great stuff. And boy, those choices were so good. I can't tell you how much I loved the choices that we made there. And I think that's a great example. This is like a lesson in how if you make a moral psychological choice that just has like 2 different paragraphs that you read depending on that choice, it doesn't have to have any other ramifications. That itself can be so satisfying to sit with. Anna says it was nerve-wracking but exciting to watch. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about some of the things that I've noted. So we got a note from Jimmy that said, the collector's not about, turns out it was a separate thing. I forget what, you've seen the note. Now, some of these things Jonathan was not fazed by, which suggests that maybe it doesn't need to be overthought. But when we got the note, I don't know what I've done with it. When we got the note from our informant, this one. So occasionally this happens. We'll get something and I'll draw a conclusion that means you don't have to. A lot of my comments are going to be about when I assumed a clue was telling us we didn't need to chase it down further versus a clue that's encouraging us to keep chasing something. So when I read this, I say, okay, Jimmy's done. We figured out this was from Jimmy, earless Jimmy. When I read this, I say, okay, that's done. It's telling us we don't have to investigate him. We don't have to talk to him any further. Jonathan guessed that maybe we did have to find him in a bar. We went to his normal bar. We read an entry that said he's not there. I sort of concluded we don't have to find him. It turns out we did have to find him. So many of my suggestions here are more about writing stuff that nudges the players for a close miss. Maybe that's how we've been describing this idea of close misses. That you have to tell people, you have to sort of communicate somehow, convey when players are close but not right in some place they go. And even more so, I think this might have been an example. The whole thing with meeting Jimmy, I wonder if there were a couple places in the game where we didn't, the whole thing about you can now do 3 late night leads, go to a lead. If it doesn't say late night, it's not for you. That felt maybe of everything we did, the most mechanically awkward. And I just want to point out that if you look at the second case we ever played for New York Noir, which is Rocky Helton's case, he did something really cool and straightforward, which is when you get to the evening, it said, okay, you got 3 things, possible things to do, pick 2 of them. And that worked very well. And I think there's something enjoyable about, enjoyably agonizing about not being able to do all 3. So I think maybe what I would suggest is look for ways to change up that late night lead system. Instead of saying you've got 3 late night leads, pick any place in the directory. If it doesn't say late night, then it's not for you. And I would maybe do something mechanically that says something like, when you get to the end of day 1, you go to a late night section and you read the lead that says, in the same way that we have day 1, it would be when you get to 8 p.m., go to end of day 1, late night day 1. And then we turn to late night day 1, and it might say, well, you've got time to do 2 things. You can either meet up with Earless Jimmy, or you could go here or go here, and then give them the 3 choices, make them do only one of them, and then handle the late night leads that way. Now, I get that you were trying to hide some stuff late night, like Crystal's thing, so maybe it's not so simple as that. But that did feel like the most confusing and maybe most prone for someone to get into trouble there and not know what to do if they can't find any late night leads. And the thing about meeting Jimmy, I don't know that it added anything. It was hard. It was rightfully hard to find the husband. I don't think it needed to be rightfully hard to find Jimmy. I think that could have just been an event that happened at the end of night 1. Jimmy could have left a note for us to meet him in a specific bar. I don't think I don't think there's any value of finding him. And I think he was at the same bar as Zachary Morgan. I'm not 100% sure, but anyway, so I thought maybe, and I've written a note here, like it would be better to just tell us we visit Jamie at night. Best would be give them some limited choices. Okay, so that was my suggestion here. Okay, this is a more subjective thing. I'm very curious to hear what Jonathan thinks. And that was the newspaper entries about the flower shop and the Colonial Brewery. This is a very subjective thing. I'm very curious how other people feel about this. It's not uncommon. I don't know if we could have gone to the rat specials. I'm curious if that would have been a funny entry. But I want you to look at the newspaper. In this little classifieds, the flowers was the key place to go to connect LeBlanc. The dance was the key place to go to find out about Crystal. And the beer place was the key place to go to find the lead to Zachary Morgan. 1, 2, 3. 3 key places in the personals. Now, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective would do stuff like this too. Subjectively, for me, I would lean away from this. All 3 of these places we would have found without seeing them in the newspaper. And there's no reason for them to be in the newspaper, right? This is something that Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective does. People might like it. I'm not saying that my way is the right way. But from my standpoint, these feel like coincidences that are not necessary and feel a little artificial. And it's the kind of thing that hints are better at doing. So from my standpoint, like, I don't want to accidentally visit this place. I don't want to accidentally visit the brewery before I even track down the person that told me Zachary works at a brewery. So I don't think this is not ideal from my standpoint. I think you could, though, take each of these and put them in the hint for that marker or issue. And be like, if the person's looking for Crystal, you might say, I notice an article in the paper and show this there. But this is a little bit like when we play Cryptic Killers, not reading the emails. I'm like, I got to be careful not to just visit a place because it could give away something that feels unearned. On the other hand, this is a perfect use of the newspaper. This is like, oh, here's something fun to do. It's a little side case that this is the only way we discover it. So this is an example of how I'd like to see little side things in the newspaper and the rats, whatever, but I would avoid putting key places in the paper. Now, I'll tell you what I would do, though. A totally separate issue is the flower shop. So I do think it might be worth considering whether it might be more enjoyable to make the key flower shop be in the Bloomingdale district. In which case, you could have an ad for a different flower shop meant to nudge the player to think about flowers. Like, I like that idea. I think ideally, if you were writing a case where thinking about which Jonathan figured out early, we should go to a flower shop. But if I was writing this case, I would say, I think you can lean towards more difficult cases now that we have hints. That's one of the ideas of New York Noir. Make the cases more difficult and have the hints help players. But what I would do is I'd say, okay, if you want the players to be clever to go to the Bloomingdale flower shop, what we can do is put an ad for a flower shop that's not the key flower shop, but put an ad in the paper for a flower shop. And then maybe when they go in the Greenwich Village flower shop, they don't get any useful information, but have us ask about something like, did anyone send any flowers to Amy Morgan? And then the proprietor says, well, what's her address? Does she live in Greenwich Village? And we say yes. And he says, nope, no one sent any flowers there. That would be a little subtle nudge, like, oh, maybe this flower shop's not giving me information, but maybe if I think outside the box, I'll make the connection to Bloomingdale. Whereas in this case, it's a shame because it could send you to the key flower shop without you ever thinking about it. I thought it was a basic rule in this game not to go anywhere without a motive. I think that needs an asterisk. I think all the places in the paper are fair game to visit just because they're mentioned in the paper. You shouldn't be going to random places in the directory for no reason. But if it's in a paper, you should be able to go to it, if only just to pass some time. Which is all the more reason, if a player goes someplace to pass the time, they shouldn't stumble onto a key lead. Okay, that is the stuff about the newspaper and the flower shop. All right, I think in general, this is the first, Anna has done the first true campaign connected set of cases, like a multi-case that are the same case, the trilogy. So I have a campaign, but the cases are very independent and you don't have to remember anything. And I do think we've learned a little bit about the things you have to watch out for. And I think if we think about that for a second, this was a great example. We played a case a year ago that this one is connected from. And I think what we've learned here is that, especially if you're dealing with old people like me, you're going to have to refresh their memory about stuff. You cannot, I think it's dangerous to assume they're going to remember all the characters and details. So I think that you're going to have some refreshers. Anna might have said to just play them all at once. Well, okay, but you don't want to enforce that. So I think what makes sense is that you have to refresh people's memories. So all places that the person should remember to go, like Julius's bar, you're going to have to find some way to give the player that information and give them enough information from the previous cases to catch up. Almost like when you're watching a TV show, you see, on previous episodes, a little rundown. I think you need to find a way to do that. Luckily, we had Anna here and we had Jonathan who played the case recently. But I think it would be better to have like a recap, a page-long recap. Here were the important elements of the previous case you need to remember. Here were important places. Here were important people. And or when we meet someone that was in the previous case, have the detective remember that. Or you might even try to get mechanically clever and treat it like a hint. So you could even have the thing where the player remembers something about this guy we meet, like when we met the guard, and allow the person to take a demerit to read the entry to remind them, like a hint. That's another idea. Then there were a couple things we tried to do that were sort of a shame. This happens quite a bit when we play a game where I think of something that I think is so clever, and then it turns out that there's no entry for that. And I think, boy, it would have been nice. And that's something, as an author, you can't anticipate. But when you listen to playtesters, you think, oh, maybe that makes sense. So there were a couple things. One was the library nudge, where I tried to go to the general library, and we needed to go to the Greenwich Village Library. I think Anna already did that. But there were a couple things we tried to do. One was the taxi cabs and subways. I thought I made a very convincing case that, boy, if something's happening like at 1 a.m. and they're traveling from Greenwich Village to Bloomingdale, boy, it seems like that would be a very rich thing we'd want to do, like find a taxi cab. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to have the taxi cab give away that it was Crystal or the husband, but you might consider giving evidence that there were cabs at 1 a.m. from Greenwich Village to Bloomingdale, but no definitive proof about who got on it. Or you could just have the entry be like, well, we didn't have records for last night, or refuse to answer. But I do think it's a clever enough idea to want to check the subways or the taxis that it would be nice if there were entries for those. And then I also thought maybe the gun shop for the Derringer would be nice to find some evidence about that. There was mechanically an issue where we had a couple places where it said, if you want to ask about this first, go here. And I just wanted Anna to know there is a way to tell when you're writing casebook to say go and come back. I don't think you needed a Crystal's alibi. By the time we read the end, I was very happy that we weren't able to prove for sure that it was her. But maybe if I was playing this alone and didn't have Anna saying you can go and read the questions, I'd probably spend another hour trying to defeat her alibi a little bit better. A taxi cab would probably do that, but I don't think you need to do that. Just an idea. And then this was something I brought up when we played through it. Let's just look at that so I can remember what specific one I was talking about there. Here, like there were a couple places where this kind of thing was checked. Where it said, like, here you're at Lawson, Lewis, Irwin, Hopkins, and the only way we could find him is if we read this article about him and Mark Twain. And then here, this is checking, hey, if you've read all these articles, then you can read it. I don't see any need for that. I would just drop this completely and let us read and let us have a conversation with him. There's no reason to gate this. In general, you should avoid gating wherever possible. The only time you should gate is if you're afraid someone could stumble onto this and you don't want them, they'll do harm if they read something because they shouldn't have been there. Because it's very bad for them to go here early before they do this. Otherwise, don't gate. This is another one. This made more sense, but it wouldn't kill you. I mean, I'm not sure. I think whenever you're gating, you should be asking yourself, is harm going to come if I don't gate this? And if harm's not going to come, I wouldn't worry about it. The gating is to ensure things happen in a specific order. And that should be your last course of last action. What is the phrase? Whatever. The point is, you don't need, if nothing's bad is going to happen, if they read things out of order, then don't gate it. And if you're fairly certain that players can't really stumble on this out of order, then you don't need to gate. Just my thoughts. Those don't break anything, just some thoughts. All right. 40 minutes discussion about the case. It warranted. John says, for me, the talk of divorce and overlap and facts. Oh, that was another thing that would have been fun that I thought was so clever. Like, talk to the divorce lawyers. It would have been cool if we turned out that Arthur LeBlanc had consulted one of the divorce lawyers. Or maybe if you wanted to be even more subtle, you find a cab from his house to the divorce lawyer's office. Maybe the divorce lawyer says, I can't tell you who came and visited me. And maybe you could figure out to track it via cab. Okay, let's see. And it says, I said read case 1 intro, Jimmy's lead, and the epilogue. There's your recap, but you didn't read them. You only recap things you thought was important, so I don't think it's on me. Okay. But yes, Jonathan, ideally you should play these cases maximum weeks apart. That was the idea last year too. I don't think it's a gating with the articles. It's just saying read them first because Lucas and Hopkins are talking about things from the article. I see. Okay, well, you might have a case to be made there. Jonathan says, for me, the talk of divorce and the overlap of November and the fact that some of them seem to be members of the Shakespeare Company introduced a little extra confusion for me, but it's not like you could go down and waste time, so not a big deal. Yeah, we tried to go down those rabbit holes, but there was nothing to find there, which is fine. Which is fine. I do think it would have been fun, though, if Arthur LeBlanc had gone to the divorce lawyer. You could have even answered that question a little bit better at the end if you could prove that he had been going to a divorce lawyer. And again, maybe even just have the cab rides to prove it. What a satisfying case. I can't wait to play the third case, which is twice as long as this one. As a reminder, not as a reminder. So tomorrow we will not start the next case. We're going to take off tomorrow, Wednesday. But we are going to start case 3 of The Collector, the finale of the trilogy. We will start that on Thursday. That's my plan. The only thing that could stop that from happening is if Jonathan Warner can't make it. I know this is a little unfair to Jonathan Warner. We're sort of trying to force him into playing Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But you know what? It's okay. If Jonathan Warner can't join Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, could even go into Sunday, that's going to be okay. It'll just be a harder case for me, and Jonathan will watch it after the fact, although it's much more enjoyable to go through this with Jonathan, but I guess I'll have Anna. Anna, you're still on board for us playing this third part Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I assume, and that's going to be our plan. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, possibly even into Sunday. Anna says, I cleared my week for this. Okay, that's why we are committed to doing our little marathon of Anna's cases this week. She's waited a year, 2 years, so it's time. And if Jonathan can't join, that's okay. I will be here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and possibly Sunday. All right. Well, it's exciting. It's exciting that we're going to get the wrap up to this collector, too. Anything else to say here? I was pleasantly surprised with playing everything on paper the way the game was meant to be played. After playing so many cases digitally, I started to fear that digital was the only online with a device was the only way to play, but actually we did just fine with the printed directories. It was actually pretty enjoyable, pretty smooth process, other than occasionally taking notes poorly. We did create a whole bunch of notes and we got through them pretty well. We didn't forget and overlook anything super important. I think no, thanks in part to having Jonathan Warner. I might not stay all of Saturday. I'll join for what I can. Okay, well, we could always consider shifting that around if we can't. Maybe we play Thursday, Friday, take a break Saturday. We'll have to decide what to do. We can figure that out, but next session will be on Thursday. Okay, it was a real joy. Thanks, Jonathan, to you too. I'm sad you can't make it the next couple of days. Well, we'll see. All right, thank you for joining me. There are still 12 of you here, deep in your REM sleep, hopefully. If you watch this after the fact, I'd love to read your comments. So would Anna, I'm sure. You can also, more importantly, perhaps, you can leave a review for this case on the New York Noir website. In fact, let me just show you before I sign off what that would look like. So if we go to the New York Noir website, let's go to the home page here. If we go to the New York Noir website, we can see we've got some contributors here. There's Anna and her cases. So if we go to the games page here we have Anna's cases, the collector part 1, the rookie, the collector part 2, the model. Part 3 is going to be the actress. Substantially longer and harder, it says. Okay, so, but if you've watched this entire 2-part series, playing through the collector, case 2, the model, let's click on this, and you can go write a review. Notice there's not a single review for this case yet. There have been a couple playtesters, but not many. And now you've watched the playthrough. I will go leave a review in the next couple days. And I hope you will too. Just create an account, leave a review. All right. Thank you for joining me. I'll see you all next time. I'll see you all in 2 days on Thursday for case 3.